Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is. So leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube. He thought the worst part of his night would be waiting alone in his open-top Jeep for a gas truck. That was before he saw the human skull hanging in the trees and felt a cold hand grab his back from above. That he is me. I know that sounds like the kind of line people make up for scary stories on the internet. But I am telling you this as someone who still has to walk past his own car every night and pretend the seat does not remember what touched it. A few years ago, I was working permanent nights at a small hospital in Maine. 12-hour shifts, bad coffee, the constant chorus of monitors beeping and gurneys squeaking over tile. If you have ever worked nights, you know the feeling when your shift ends. The world outside feels wrong. The sky is either too dark or too bright. Your brain hums like fluorescent lights, and every decision you make is just a little bit dumber than it would be in the daytime. My dumb decision was simple. Instead of crashing in the on-call room like everyone told me to, I decided to drive through the night to upstate New York to see my family. I was tired, wired on vending machine coffee, and I had just enough self-confidence to think that nothing truly bad ever happens to careful, boring people like me. The car I took was my cousin's old Jeep Wrangler. No roof, soft doors, smells like gasoline and old French fries. The gas gauge did not work properly, but he swore he had filled it up that afternoon. "You're good," he told me. "That thing'll run forever." I believed him. It was one of those drives that feels like a liminal space. The first couple of hours were all yellow parking lot lights, empty drive-thrus, and that weird quiet you only get in small American towns after midnight. A Walmart glowing in the distance, a diner with 3 trucks out front, the kind of normal late-night scenery that makes you think, even if you are tired, that nothing really terrible can happen as long as there are still neon signs and highway signs and the occasional pair of headlights. Then the lights ran out. By the time I crossed into Vermont, it was just me, the Jeep, and long stretches of unlit highway cutting through thick, black forest on both sides. No streetlights, no houses. The stars were bright overhead, but the tree line rose up like a wall of shadow, and my headlights felt too small for the amount of darkness they were supposed to push back. I remember the smell of that road pine sap, damp leaves, hot asphalt cooling under the night air, the burnt coffee stink coming out of my cup holder. I remember the sound of the tires humming on the pavement and the wind slamming through the open top, hitting the empty passenger seat beside me. Every other sound, crickets, frogs, whatever lives in those woods, faded into a single low hiss around the edges, somewhere between 2 exits, with no other cars in sight. The Jeep hiccuped. If you have ever felt an engine sputter under you, you know that drop in your stomach I am talking about. The car jerked once, then again, like it was swallowing air. A little orange light on the dash flickered to life, and for a second I hoped it was some random sensor. It was not. The gas died. The engine coughed, lost power, and I coasted to a stop on the shoulder, smack in the middle of a dark stretch of highway in the middle of a Vermont forest. In an open-top Jeep that might as well have been a metal crib, I told myself it was just an inconvenience. Annoying, sure, but fixable. Call AAA, wait for a truck, top off the tank, drive away. Inconveniences happen every day. Human skulls hanging from trees do not. Hands that feel like they have been pulled out of cold, rotten water do not. At least, that is what I believed before that night. If whoever is reading this for your channel keeps going, you are going to hear how a simple out-of-gas moment turned into the worst half hour of my life. You are going to hear about the bone chimes in the trees, the man or whatever was left of him standing at the edge of my headlights, and the way his fingers felt when they closed around my back from above. Inside a car that was supposed to be locked. And while you are listening, if anything in your house or your car taps the wall, or the window, or the roof above you even just once, I really hope it is just the building settling, because I know exactly what it sounds like when it is not. 1.1. After the night shift, the sound comes in threes. It is never loud. It is never dramatic. It is just there. Some nights, under everything else, the hum of my fridge, the distant hiss of traffic outside, the soft knocking of pipes when someone upstairs turns on their shower. Over all of that, sometimes, I hear it clack, clack, clack. It sounds like bone hitting metal, not like a plate, not like a spoon, but like the dry, hollow tap of something hard and dead bumping against stainless steel. The first time I heard it in this apartment, I thought it was the radiator. The second time, I thought it was my neighbors. By the 50th time, I had stopped pretending. Every time that sound shows up, my brain takes the same path. It goes back to that stretch of highway in Vermont, to the edge of the trees, to the open top of my cousin's Jeep and the hand that came down from nowhere. It walks me through that night whether I want it to or not. Tonight, the sound came while I was sitting at this cheap little particle board desk, staring at a blank document on my laptop. The fridge kicked off behind me with a soft thump. The apartment settled. And there it was, from somewhere in the wall to my left, 3 tiny clicks, spaced just far enough apart for me to count them. Clack, clack, clack. I set my hands on the keyboard and just stayed there, listening. For a minute, I thought about turning the TV on or putting some music on my phone, drowning it out the way I usually do. Then I realized that all I have done for the last couple of years is drown it out. Turn it down. Pretend the sound is nothing. The memories are nothing. That you can just out-silence something that attaches itself to the way you hear the world. So instead, I backed up my chair, flexed my fingers once, and decided to write this down. Not for the police, because they have heard a version of this and pushed it into a folder. Not for my coworkers, because they already look at me like I work too many nights as it is. For you, whoever you are, wherever you are listening to this, with your own background noise and your own walls. Because if you are hearing this story out loud, it means that sound got out of my head long enough for someone else to carry it for a while. And maybe that matters. The night it started for me was just another Thursday bleeding into Friday at a small hospital in Maine. I had just finished a 12-hour shift in the ER and ICU, one of those shifts that stretches you so thin, you start to feel like a ghost in your own body. The hospital at 3 in the morning has its own soundtrack. Monitors beeping in uneven patterns. Wheels squeaking on the linoleum when someone pushes a gurney too fast. The soft, tired voices of nurses trying to sound upbeat for patients who are too sick or too sedated to care. Under it all, the antiseptic smell that lives in the back of your throat, disinfectant. Plastic. A hint of old coffee from the nurse's station. We had a bad trauma come in during the last couple of hours of my shift. Car accident on a slick stretch of road just outside town. A pickup had rolled. Hard. When they wheeled him in, I remember seeing the collar on his neck, The swollen angle of his jaw, the way one side of his head looked just a little too flat under the blood and matted hair. I am not a doctor, but after a while you do not need to be. You can tell when a body has lost the argument. We worked him anyway. We did the compressions, the epinephrine, the routine, the dance, somewhere between the second and third attempt to bring him back. I heard his skull tap against the metal rail of the bed when someone adjusted his position. It was a tiny sound, almost nothing, but it cut through everything for me. That dry, hollow knock, bone on steel, clack. I remember that as clearly as I remember his face. I think that is why I noticed the sound so much now. By the time the day shift started to arrive, my eyes were burning and my brain felt like it had been scrubbed with steel wool. The trauma was over. The body was on its way downstairs. The monitors had gone back to their regular chorus of beeps instead of that clean, terrifying flatline. Crash in the call room. One of the nurses told me as she signed off on a chart, "You look like hell." "I feel like it," I said. She offered me the key to the on-call room, but I shook my head. I had been promising my family in upstate New York for months that I would come down for a long weekend. I had already canceled twice. Every time I did, my brother would send some joking text about famous last words and "don't become one of your patients." I did not want to cancel again. In the locker room, I changed out of scrubs and into my own clothes' old jeans that still smelled faintly like the last shift I did some painting in them. A gray hoodie with the hospital logo fading on the chest. Beaten up sneakers. I shoved my stethoscope into my backpack out of habit, even though I was supposed to be off duty for 3 days. Habit is like that. It sticks whether you need it or not. The locker room itself was all chipped paint and humming fluorescent lights. Someone had left a half-empty energy drink on the bench. There was a coffee stain on the tile that nobody had bothered to mop. I splashed some cold water on my face in the tiny sink, looked at myself in the spotted mirror, and thought, I probably should not be driving 6 hours like this. Then I thought about my mom's voice on the phone, my dad pretending he did not care if I came or not, my brother's stupid jokes. I dried my face with a paper towel and pushed the doubt down. On my way out, I stopped at the vending machine by the staff elevators. It was one of those ancient ones with a flickering light and a hum that made you think it was one bad day away from catching fire. I fed it a couple of crumpled bills, pressed the button for a coffee that claimed to be French roast, and came out of a tube. The cup dropped with a hollow thud. The machine groaned like it was in pain and spat out a stream of liquid that smelled more like burnt rubber than beans. I took it anyway. I was not drinking it for pleasure. I was drinking it so I would not fall asleep at the wheel and end up downstairs on one of the stainless steel tables I walked past every day. Walking through the empty Maine corridor toward the exit, I pulled my phone out and thumbed a quick text to my cousin. I'm gonna drive all night. See you by morning. He was the one letting me borrow his Jeep Wrangler for the trip. My own car was in the shop, and his response came back almost immediately, like he had been waiting up. Take the Wrangler. Gas gauge is busted, but I filled it up today. You're good. Then another text, because that is just who he is if you die. I'm keeping your Game of Thrones DVDs. I snorted, shoved the phone back into my hoodie pocket, and took a long, bitter sip of vending machine coffee. Right before you hit the sliding doors at the front entrance of the hospital, there is a waiting area with a mounted TV that somebody always leaves on. It is one of those flat screens that is always a little too bright for how early it is, tuned to a local news station that loops the same stories every half hour. Normally, I do not even look at it. That morning, though, the color on the screen caught my eye, flashing red and blue in the dark. A wrecked vehicle half on, half off a road that looked a lot like every road around here in the winter. The headline at the bottom was in bold white letters, "Vermont State Police investigate fatal hit and run remains incomplete. Animals possibly involved." I slowed just enough to hear a few words from the anchor. Something about a truck driver, about a body that had been partially recovered near the tree line, about environmental factors and wildlife activity complicating the scene. They showed a grainy photo of the man from some old ID card. His smile stiff, his teeth a little crooked in the front. I remember thinking, God, that's rough, and nothing more. Just another distant tragedy on a screen in a hospital where bad things were a daily background noise. I walked past the TV, through the sliding doors, into the sharp, early morning air that smelled like exhaust and damp asphalt, not realizing that the words "incomplete remains" and Vermont Highway would come back to me later like a nail driven into wood. At the time, it was just a story on the news. Now, sitting in this apartment with the fridge humming behind me and that hollow little clack, 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 somewhere in the walls, I know better. 1.2. The Jeep and the broken gauge. My cousin's Jeep was waiting for me in the far corner of the hospital parking lot, under a flickering sodium vapor light that made everything look jaundiced and tired. In daylight, that Wrangler looked almost fun. It was an old two-door, the kind of thing people put on Instagram with mountains in the background. The paint was a faded dark green, chipped down to primer in a few places, and the soft top had been taken off for the summer, leaving the roll bars exposed. From the right angle, you could pretend it was an adventure. From any realistic angle, it was a boxy tin can on big tires. It sat a little too high off the ground, thanks to a lift kit some previous owner had installed. Climbing into it after 12 hours on my feet made my knees complain. The doors were thin, more suggestion than protection, and the latches had just enough play in them to rattle when you shut them. When I opened the driver's door, the smell hit me old gasoline, wet canvas, the ghost of somebody's long-forgotten fast food. The seats were covered in cracked vinyl, split at the seams so that yellow foam bulged out in a few places like exposed fat in a cut. Somebody had tried to tape one of the tiers with duct tape. It had peeled halfway back and picked up a fur of lint and hair. The dash was a museum of bad decisions. The radio was one of those aftermarket units from a decade ago, now frozen halfway between two country stations and a wall of static. There were faint rings on the plastic where gas station coffee cups had sat and sloshed and dried. The speedometer worked. The odometer worked. The fuel gauge did not. It was stuck a little above the halfway mark, the needle refusing to move no matter how much gas you put in. When my cousin had first handed me the keys a week earlier, he had thumped the clear plastic over the gauge with the back of his hand and laughed. "Gas gauge is busted," he said. "Just fill it once. You're good for days. It's like a bottomless pit. Pretty sure that's not how engines work." I had said, he just grinned. Hasn't stranded me yet. Standing in the lot that morning, the Jeep looked exactly like the kind of vehicle that would strand somebody at the worst possible time. But he had sworn he filled it up that afternoon, and the gauge, useless as it was, sat there smugly between half and full, as if to back him up. I tossed my backpack into the back, climbed in, and put the coffee between my legs. When I turned the key, The engine cranked a little longer than it should have and then barked to life with a low, rough idle. The whole body of the Jeep vibrated. The steering wheel shook slightly under my hands. The hospital loomed behind me in the rearview mirror, a block of light and glass humming against the pre-dawn sky. Ahead, the access road curved downward toward the highway, where the orange glow of streetlights was already thinning out into darkness. I pulled out of the lot, the Jeep's tires thumping over the seams in the pavement, and followed the signs toward the interstate. Before I hit the on-ramp, I stopped at a Dunkin' that sat like a little pink and orange island of fluorescent light in the corner of a strip mall. The sun hadn't even started thinking about coming up yet, and the parking lot was mostly empty. A semi idled out back near the dumpsters. The neon open sign buzzed faintly, flickering every few seconds like a heartbeat skipping. Inside, the air smelled like burned coffee, fryer grease, and sugar glaze. The cashier looked like she had been awake since the Clinton administration. She rang up my large black coffee and a couple of stale-looking donuts without making eye contact, her eyes half on the tiny TV playing a morning news show with the sound off. As I waited for my drink, I glanced out through the big front windows. The highway ran just beyond the edge of the parking lot, elevated slightly. A gray river of asphalt lined with cold yellow streetlights. Every now and then, a pair of headlights would slide by, briefly illuminating the empty stretch of guardrail and the scrubby trees beyond, before disappearing into the dark again. For a second, watching those lights, I felt something like comfort. Highways had always meant motion and escape to me. Growing up, we took road trips in beat-up sedans with the windows down. My dad making dumb jokes and my mom pointing out old farmhouses and weird billboards. Even now, as a grown man with more memories of bodies under sheets than family vacations, that long ribbon of road still meant possibility. Out there, I thought, sipping coffee that tasted like ash. I'm just another car. No patience, no charts, no dead eyes, just miles. I stepped back outside into the cool air, the smell of frying comfort food trailing after me like a ghost. The Dunkin's neon poured onto the pavement, painting my Jeep in cheap colors. In the distance, a semi's Jake brake growled as it slowed for an exit, the sound rolling over the lot like thunder. I got back in, set the fresh coffee in the cup holder, and pulled onto the highway. The first stretch was easy. Maine slid by and low. Dark shapes, pine stands hugging the interstate. Occasional bursts of orange sodium lights marking exits to small towns, whose names blurred together in my head. I passed clusters of houses with their porch lights still on, flags hanging limp on front lawns, pickup trucks in driveways. A Walmart shone in the distance at one point, its blue sign like a beacon for anybody who needed milk, socks, and soul death at 4 a.m. The tires hummed steadily on the asphalt. With the top off, the wind rushed through the cabin, tugging at my hoodie, pulling the coffee smell away and replacing it with the scent of cold air and road and pine, somewhere under the white noise of the wind. The radio crackled through its chosen slice of static and country music, voices fading in and out like ghosts trying to sing about heartbreak and beer. It was lonely, but in a way that felt safe. The kind of loneliness you choose just you and the road and the hum of your own thoughts. I stayed in the right lane, set the cruise control a little below the speed limit, and watched the green overhead signs count down miles to the New Hampshire border. After an hour or so, my eyes started to ache in that way they do when you have stared at too many screens and too many headlights. I rubbed at them with the heel of my hand and checked the dash. The speedometer needle sat steady. The tach was fine. The fuel gauge still hovered at that smug little spot above half. For a moment, a tiny orange light blinked to life. Check gauges. It flashed once, then went dark. I frowned and mentally filed it under old Jeep bullshit. The engine sounded fine. There was no sputtering, no hesitation. I took another sip of coffee and pushed the worry down. It wasn't like I hadn't had a scare with that fuel gauge before. A couple of weeks earlier, the Jeep had coughed and died almost without warning on my cousin middle of the afternoon that time, a mile from a gas station. He had told me the story laughing, showing me the selfie he took with the gas can on the side of the road. Gauge said half a tank, he'd said. Thing lies. But hey, I got a tan. Now, hurtling through the dark toward New Hampshire, that little story floated up in my mind like a bubble in black water. For a second, I imagined the engine cutting out right then, the power dying, the lights going off, leaving me coasting blind between two walls of trees. Then I heard his text in my head. Gas gauge is busted, but I filled it up today. You're good. I chose to believe that instead. Decision number 1. By the time I crossed into New Hampshire, the sky behind me was starting to think about getting lighter. Just a thin gray smear low on the horizon. The rest areas on this stretch were small and tired. A few vending machines, some picnic tables, bathrooms that always looked like no one had cleaned them since the 90s. Still, my legs needed a break, and my bladder had started making quiet demands. I pulled off at a rest area that was really just a lonely loop of asphalt circling a concrete building under buzzing fluorescent lights. There were 2 other vehicles parked there, a minivan with fogged windows and a long-haul truck idling with its marker lights glowing dull red. The inside of the building smelled like bleach, urine, and stale air. A vending machine for soda hummed against one wall, its Coke logo half peeled off. The bathroom stalls were covered in Sharpie graffiti declarations of love, phone numbers, poorly drawn anatomy. On my way back out, I paused by the corkboard near the entrance. It was plastered with flyers, lost dogs, a karate class, someone selling firewood by the cord. Tucked in the corner was a laminated sheet with a familiar format missing. The photo was of a middle-aged man, maybe late 40s, in a collared shirt. The picture looked like it had been cropped from a work ID. His hair was thinning. His smile was stiff, as if someone had told him to look happy right before the flash went off. What caught me were his teeth. His 2 front teeth overlapped just a little, crooked in a way that drew the eye. They weren't dramatically messed up, just off. The kind of thing you would notice if you saw him in person and never forget. Beneath the photo, the text listed his name, the date he was last seen, and the location, a rest stop off a Vermont highway. There was a note about a truck cab found abandoned, about ongoing investigation, about family seeking closure. I stared at the picture for a second longer than was polite for a stranger. Something about that slightly crooked smile bothered me. Maybe it was just the context. Maybe it was the way his eyes looked like they were trying to pretend everything was fine while the person holding the camera already knew it wasn't. Poor guy, I muttered, more to myself than to anyone else. Teeth like that. You'd recognize him anywhere. Then I walked back out into the humming fluorescent light, climbed into the Jeep, and pulled back onto the interstate, leaving the missing man and his crooked front teeth tacked to that bulletin board. Hours later, standing in the dark at the edge of a Vermont forest, staring at a human skull resting on a tree stump, those same crooked front teeth would be the first thing I recognized. 1.3. Leaving the lights behind after that rest area, the civilized part of the drive peeled away quietly. like dead skin. The farther south and west I went, the thinner the lights became. Gas stations and motels stopped appearing every few exits and started appearing every dozen. The little towns that had clung to the side of the interstate, with their fast food signs and glowing pharmacy crosses, fell away behind me, swallowed by darkness as soon as they slipped out of my mirrors. The sky above the Jeep opened up. One of the few perks of driving in the middle of nowhere is that you remember how many stars there actually are. With the top off, it felt like I was driving in the bottom of a black, upside-down ocean full of tiny, cold fires. The Milky Way was a faint smear, and every now and then a meteor scratched a thin, silent line across the sky. If I had pulled over right then, turned off the engine, and just looked up, maybe I would remember that night as beautiful. Instead, what I remember most is how the earth looked. On either side of the highway, the trees stood shoulder to shoulder in a dense, unbroken wall. Tall pines, darker than the sky, so thick together that my headlights only carved out a shallow cone of visibility before the trunks swallowed the light. Below that thin wedge of illumination, everything was just suggestion hints of branches. The dull flash of a reflector on a post, the pale glimmer of a road sign announcing an exit for some town I would never see. The lane lines were starting to blur with wear, white paint scuffed thin by countless tires, just bright enough to catch and throw back a whisper of my beams every few miles. A green sign loomed up out of the dark distances to places that meant nothing to anyone who did not already live there. The reflective coating screamed for half a second in the glare and then vanished behind me. The smell changed, too. The Dunkin' grease and hospital disinfectant finally burned off my clothes and out of my nose, replaced by cleaner, colder scents, pine sap, damp soil, the faint tar smell of asphalt that had cooled hours ago but still held a memory of heat. When the wind shifted just right over the top of the Jeep, there was even the faint tang of something metallic on the air, like the way your hands smell after you have handled coins. In the distance, from somewhere I could not see, insects sang. Crickets, maybe, or whatever else lived in the underbrush. The sound was just a soft, constant rasp under the roar of the wind. A reminder that there was a whole world just beyond the reach of my headlights, alive and busy and utterly indifferent to a man in a green Jeep. I was tired, but not in the way that makes you drift. The coffee had smoothed some of the roughness out of my brain and left me in that wired, hollow state I knew too well from double shifts, everything a little too sharp around the edges. Awareness turned up a notch past comfortable. I had done long drives before. During college, I would knock out 8-hour trips in worse cars on less sleep. I told myself that this was no different. I had a reliable-ish vehicle. I had caffeine. I had done night shift for years. I knew my own limits. That little voice that had whispered, "Maybe you should not be doing this," had gotten quieter with every mile. In its place was a different kind of confidence. Not the healthy kind, but the sort of quiet arrogance you get when you have dodged enough bullets to start thinking you are somehow inherently hard to hit. The radio did not help. I flipped through stations as the miles rolled by, catching bits of late-night talk shows, hosts discussing conspiracy theories with callers from trailers in the middle of nowhere. People arguing about politics to an audience half asleep. A preacher promising salvation to anyone awake enough to dial the number at the bottom of the screen. Between the strong stations, my fingers found true crime shows, breathless narrators describing murder scenes and missing persons in smooth, practiced voices. Old 80s ballads floated in for a song or two, and then dissolved into static. Static became its own kind of background noise. It hissed and crackled and occasionally coughed out a fragment of words in the middle of nowhere, like the radio was picking up something it was not supposed to. Once, during a long stretch where the only station I could get was a low-power AM channel, the host's voice dropped out completely and the speaker just filled with a soft, steady roar that made the hair on my arms stand up. I turned it off after that and let the Jeep itself make the soundtrack the steady hum of the engine, the whistle of air over the windshield, the whoosh of passing wind as the trees slid by. There was a part of me that liked it that way. No voices, no beeping monitors, no human sounds at all. Just the feeling of being the only conscious person for miles in any direction. Somewhere in that stretch, a semi came the other way. I saw its headlights cresting a long, gentle rise ahead. Twin stars growing bigger and brighter, its engine notes swelled as it approached. That deep, chest-heavy growl you can feel more than hear. As it got close, the driver gave 2 quick flashes of his high beams. Flash, flash. I squinted, blinked against the sudden glare, and watched him thunder past in the opposite lane. The blast of air rocked my Jeep slightly, and then he was gone, just a constellation of red taillights shrinking into the dark. I frowned, replaying the twin flashes in my head. Truckers do that for a reason. Sometimes it is a thank you for letting them merge. Sometimes it is a warning, cops up ahead, deer in the road. Something wrong. I scanned the highway ahead. There was nothing. No police cruiser hiding in the median. No roadkill. No construction cones. Just the same long, pale ribbons of lane lines stretching out. The same black forest pressing in from both sides. Maybe he was just saying hi. That weird highway etiquette ghosting between people who would never actually meet. Or maybe he saw something in the road I had not reached yet. The thought made my stomach tighten a little. I checked the dash again, more out of reflex than necessity. The fuel gauge still lied cheerfully just above half. For a moment, as my eyes moved over the cluster of instruments, the check gauge's light flickered again. One quick pulse of orange, here and gone, like it was winking at me. I felt a little jolt of annoyance more than fear. The engine sounded fine. There was no sputter, no surge. The Jeep pulled steadily, tires humming, speedometer glued around 60. If there was something wrong, it was buried deep enough that I could not feel it. You're borrowing the thing for one weekend, I told myself. He just filled it. It's not going to die on you and make you the punchline of every family gathering for the next 10 years. Somewhere up ahead, a green sign reared up out of the dark, huge and sudden in the headlights. Service, 15 miles. The reflective coating blazed white for a heartbeat, washing out the lettering, and then the sign slid past and into the rear view, shrinking and bending slightly in the mirror's curve. 15 miles. That was nothing. At highway speed, it was 10, 12 minutes tops. Okay, I said aloud, just to hear something human. We'll make it there, then worry about gas. No big deal. I wrapped my fingers a little tighter around the wheel and tried not to think about my cousin standing on the side of the road with a red gas can, laughing about how the gauge never dipped, but the tank had been bone dry. The road kept unspooling in front of me. The trees leaned in together a little more, their upper branches knitting into a dark canopy that my headlights could not touch. The sky above them seemed farther away now, the stars smaller and more remote. Behind me, in the mirror, The world narrowed down to a soft tunnel of receding pavement. The two rear brake lights of the Jeep glowed faintly in the glass, framing a view of the lanes sweeping backward under my tires. There were no other headlights, no taillights, no reflective signs for the moment. Just the pale stretch of center line and shoulder, glowing and then fading as the distance built. I glanced up at the mirror out of habit. For a second, everything looked as empty as it felt the highway running off into nothing. The black mouth of the forest on either side. Then, as I watched, there was a shape. It was far back, maybe a couple hundred yards behind at the very edge of what my taillights could touch. Just a darker smudge against the dark, standing still between the faint white stripes that marked the lane. It had the rough proportions of a person, a vertical line for a body. A smaller knob for a head, arms hanging down, no glow of headlights behind it, no parked car, no breakdown flares, just a figure, perfectly still on the shoulder or maybe half a step into the lane. My eyes locked onto it. The Jeep rolled on. I blinked. The mirror showed only empty road. The smudge was gone so completely that for a second I wondered if it had ever been there at all, or if it was just a trick of the glass, a shadow from my own head where the dash lights bounced funny. I kept staring, waiting for it to resolve again, for some late driver's headlights to sweep over a jogger, a broken-down motorist, anything. Nothing. Just the receding, empty ribbon of interstate and the black trees closing in. Too much caffeine, I muttered, tearing my gaze back to the windshield. Too much everything. I made myself face forward, made myself focus on the next green sign, on the promise of that service exit 15 miles ahead. The mirror, suddenly, felt like something I did not want to look at again for a while. At the time, I told myself it was fatigue and shadows. That is the reasonable explanation. A brain that has seen too many bodies and too much blood trying to make shapes out of darkness. Later, replaying that moment over and over with the benefit of hindsight and a lot more bone sound in my ears, I am not so sure it was a trick at all, because that was the first time, on that drive, that I had the distinct feeling I was not as alone on that highway as I thought. 2.1. Running on fumes. The first sign that things were actually going wrong was small enough that I could have ignored it. The Jeep shuddered. Not a big, dramatic lurch. Just a brief, stuttering hiccup somewhere under the hood, like the engine had missed a step going down a staircase. The steering wheel twitched in my hands. The hum of the tires on the asphalt stayed the same, but the tone of the motor changed, dipping for a fraction of a second into something thin and strained before climbing back up. I frowned, glanced at the dash. The check gauge's light was on, not flickering this time, not winking like a joke, just glowing a steady amber, an accusation in the dark. "Come on," I whispered. "Don't do this." I eased my foot back and forth on the gas, testing. Every time I pressed down, there was a tiny delay before the Jeep responded, like it had to think about whether it wanted to move or not. The RPM needle bobbed uncertainly, then settled in lower than it had been a few miles back. The highway around me had emptied out completely. No oncoming headlights, no taillights ahead. The last green sign I had seen was the one that promised service, 15 miles, and I had driven, 710? It was hard to tell. Distances smear together at night. I scanned the roadside for anything another sign, a glow on the horizon that might mean a town, a cluster of orange lights that could be a truck stop. nothing. Just the dark wall of trees shouldering up to the guardrail, their trunks invisible, their crowns turning the sky into a ragged black edge. The radio, which I had turned back on out of boredom, chose that moment to lose its grip on reality. 1 second there was a late-night DJ talking too fast about an upcoming block of 80s hits. The next, his voice elongated into a warped, metallic groan and disappeared under a flood of static. The static was not the soft hiss I had been hearing. This was more like tearing paper, like someone crumpling tinfoil right next to my ear. It rose and fell in waves, spitting out half-formed syllables that almost sounded like words. I reached forward and twisted the volume knob down, but before I could kill it completely, the engine hiccuped again. This time, it was worse. The Jeep jerked once, twice, like it was being yanked backward by a chain. The RPMs dropped. The check gauge's light burned hotter in my peripheral vision. Somewhere deep in the mechanical throat of the vehicle, there was a thin, whining cough that made my heart thump in answer. Gas, I thought. It has to be the gas. I glanced at the gauge. The needle, useless, sat stubbornly where it always did. But everything else about the situation screamed empty. The way the Jeep was starving for power, the way the engine no longer sounded full and confident but hollow, like it was sucking air through a straw that was almost dry. How far have we gone since that sign? I asked the windshield, as if it would answer. I tried math. 50, 60 miles an hour. 15 miles in 15 minutes. Give or take. Had it been 10 minutes since I saw that green sign? Or 20, time on these roads is elastic. It stretches when you are tired. It snaps when you need it to hold still. The highway unrolled ahead of me in a gray tunnel. Center lines flashing by in a hypnotic rhythm. No billboards, no overhead exits, no reassurance. The Jeep staggered again. This time, the engine simply let go. You feel it in your stomach first. The way you do on a roller coaster right after the chain lift releases and before gravity catches up. The resistance you do not even notice while the engine is pulling you forward is suddenly gone, and what is left is just momentum and weight. The sound died with a soft, humiliating whine. The vibration under my feet stopped. The tachometer needle dropped to 0 in a smooth, unhurried sweep, all at once. The only noises were the rush of wind and the low rumble of tires rolling on their own inertia. For a few surreal seconds, the Jeep kept moving as if nothing had happened. The dash lights all stayed on, every indicator glowing cheerfully. The speedometer still hovered around 60, lying about how alive we were. Then I felt the invisible hand of drag start to push back. The Jeep slowed, first barely, then noticeably. The nose dipped a little. The hum of the tires changed pitch. "Okay," I said, my voice too loud in the sudden mechanical silence. "Okay, okay, okay." My hands tightened on the wheel. I guided the dead weight of the Jeep toward the shoulder, feeling the steering get heavier as we bled speed. The guardrail loomed on my right, silver gray in the headlights. Beyond it, the trees pressed close, their trunks just hints of vertical darker darkness. There were no streetlights, no reflective stripes on the right side, only the faintly glowing slashes of the center line to my left. The world had shrunk to the cone of my headlights on the pavement, and the red and green lights still defiantly awake on my dash. The tires drifted onto the rumble strip. The Jeep shivered as the tread passed over the corrugated edge, a deep, vibrating growl that shuddered up through the chassis and into my bones. I held the wheel steady as the vehicle drifted further right until the rumble strip gave way to rough gravel. The change in texture was immediate. Instead of the smooth hiss of rubber on asphalt, there was a crunching, grinding sound as the tires rolled over loose stone and sand. The steering wheel wriggled in my grip. Pebbles pinged up into the wheel wells and slapped the undercarriage with little metallic ticks. We coasted along the shoulder for another few yards, speed bleeding off, until finally the Jeep came to a complete, irrevocable stop. The wind did not stop. It rushed across the open top, tugging at my clothes, whispering in the empty back seat. But the feeling of forward motion was gone. We were no longer part of the stream of highway. We were a rock in the middle of it. I sat there, one foot still resting uselessly on the accelerator, listening to the cooling sighs of the engine bay. Somewhere under the hood, metal pinged as it contracted. The fan blades ticked to a stop. The fuel pump, if it still had anything to pump, was quiet. Outside the windshield, the road stretched out into a featureless dark, my headlights still on. Carved out a patch of pallid gray that showed me about 50 yards of useless information-painted lines. A bit of guardrail, a few tufts of grass at the edge of the gravel. Behind me, in the rearview mirror, the red glow of my own taillights tinted the gravel and asphalt blood-colored, and then faded into an endless black throat of nothing. I turned the key off, then back toward start. The engine turned over once, twice, a tired, hollow churn, and then just whirred without catching. On the third try, it did not even bother. I stopped. There was a fine line between persistence and draining my only remaining power source. I did not know how long I would be here. I would need the battery for hazard lights, for my phone charger, for the one last thing I trusted to connect me to the world that was not trees and dark and broken machines. For a moment, I just listened. It is amazing how loud nothing can be when all the mechanical noises stop. The hiss of wind through the cabin, the faint brush of it over my sleeves, the tiny rattles in the dash. All of it took on a new sharpness. Somewhere in the woods to my right, insects continued their chorus, oblivious to my situation. The forest did not care that my engine was a dead heart. I reached over and flicked on the hazard lights. Outside, the Jeep's turn signals began to blink in lazy, alternating bursts: amber, dark, amber, dark. The clicking relay under the dash added a metronome to the soundscape. Tick, tick, tick. It was stupidly soothing. Almost enough to distract me from the fact that I was now stranded on a nameless stretch of highway in the middle of the night, with no visible exits and no guarantee that anyone would come by before dawn. The radio was still on, the volume turned down low. I could see its little display glowing faint green in the center of the dash, locked on some frequency that no longer had anything to say. A faint hiss leaked out of the speakers, like the last breath of something dying. I thumbed the power button and shut it off. The hiss cut out. For about 3 seconds, there was a silence so complete it made my ears ring. Wind, insects, hazard relay, my own breath. That was it. Then, from the dead speakers, there came a sound. It was tiny. If the rest of the Jeep had not been so quiet, I might have missed it. A series of 3 delicate taps, spaced just far enough apart to be intentional, each one with a sharpness that did not match any creak or pop of cooling plastic. Clack, clack, clack. It sounded exactly like someone taking something hard and hollow, a knuckle, or a small bone, and tapping it gently against the metal cone inside the door panel. There was a faint reverberation to it, a metallic ring behind the impact, like the noise you get in a stainless steel tray in a hospital when something small rolls and hits the edge. I froze, my hand still hovering near the radio. For a crazy moment, I thought I had bumped the button by accident and turned it back on. But the display was dark. The little indicator light was off. The radio was dead, at least by any normal definition of the word. The 3 taps came, and then nothing. No follow-up, no repeat. Just that brief, precise sound hanging in the air between the tick of the hazards and the whisper of the wind. Clack, clack, clack. I sat there, staring at the dark screen of the stereo like I expected it to open an eye. "It's just the system discharging," I said out loud, because it felt safer to put words over the silence. Some relay, some capacitor, old wiring. That would have been a perfectly reasonable explanation in any other context. Old vehicles make old sounds. Strange clicks and groans and pops are part of the package when you drive something that should have been retired a decade ago. Still, the hair on the back of my neck had started to stand up. I turned the key back 1 notch, bringing the electrical system on without trying to start the engine. The dash lights blinked back to life. The check gauge's warning shone steadily. The fuel gauge needle still pretended everything was fine. The radio display lit up again, bright and blank for a moment, then filled with numbers as it found its last known station. The speakers gave a soft pop and then a steady, banal hiss of actual static. I listened for the taps again. Nothing. After a few seconds, the static gave way to the thin sound of some late-night infomercial host trying to sell kitchen knives. His voice was high and excited, a ridiculous intrusion into the tight little bubble of fear that was forming in the Jeep. I turned the radio off once more. This time, it stayed silent. Later, when that same clack, clack, clack started showing up in places no wiring diagram could explain, I would think back to that moment and realize I had just heard the first true sound of what was waiting for me. Right then, though, sitting alone in a stalled Jeep with the hazards clicking and the forest pressing in and the road ahead and behind empty as far as my lights could reach. I told myself it was just one more weird noise in a pile of weird noises. The real problem, I reminded myself, was simple. I was out of gas, in the dark, miles from the nearest promised service exit, and whatever that sound was, it was not going to call a tow truck for me. 2.2, the call to AAA hazard lights blinking, engine dead, and that little phantom sound still echoing in my head. I did the only sensible thing left to do. I reached for my phone. The screen lit up in my hand with a cold, artificial blue that felt almost offensive in the darkness. For a second, it was like holding a piece of day in the middle of the night. The glass reflected a tiny, warped version of my own face, pale from fluorescent hospital light. Eyes ringed in gray, pupils wide, in the top corner. The signal bars wavered between 1 and 2, flirting with no service and then backing away. Just enough. I opened the AAA app first, out of habit. It spun for a long, uncomfortable moment, the little loading symbol turning like it was trying to swim through mud. Then it froze, sighed, and announced that it could not complete my request. Fine. Old school, then. I flipped over to my contacts and hit the number for AAA I had saved years ago. Back when my old sedans still liked to strand me in supermarket parking lots. The phone rang once, twice, 3 times. Each ring seemed to soak into the dark around the Jeep instead of traveling anywhere. Finally, a click. "Thank you for calling AAA. This is Melissa. How can I assist you tonight?" Her voice was flat with fatigue. The vowels stretched just a little the way they are when someone has been saying the same script for hours. There was a faint mechanical hum under her words, the sound of a call center full of other quiet conversations. Hey," I said. My own voice sounded strange in the confined space of the Jeep. I ran out of gas. I'm on the highway in Vermont. Somewhere between exits. I just passed a service sign like 15 minutes ago." "All right, sir. I can help you with that," she said. Keys clicked on her end, rapid and impersonal. "Are you in a safe location?" I looked around at the guardrail, the trees, the empty lanes. "As safe as I'm gonna get, I guess," I said. "I'm on the shoulder. Hazards are on. There's no traffic." "Okay. Are you inside the vehicle?" "Yeah. Please stay inside with your seatbelt on if possible," she said, like she was reading off a card. "I'm going to need your approximate location. Can you tell me the last exit you passed? Or your mile marker?" I swallowed. I didn't really clock the last exit. There was a service sign. It said 15 miles. That was a bit ago. There was a pause while she typed. "Do you see a mile marker post nearby?" she asked. "It should be a small green sign with white numbers, possibly on the right side of the road." I turned my head, peering through the windshield, then over my shoulder, in the limited wash of my headlights and taillights. The highway looked featureless. Just asphalt, gravel, trees. No little green friend. "Not from here," I said. "You want me to get out and look if you are able to do so safely," she said. "It will help us get to you faster. Please do not stand in the roadway." The idea of opening the door made something cold tighten in my chest. The Jeep suddenly felt like a thin metal island in the middle of a black sea, and the thought of stepping off it, I did not like that thought. But I also knew how these things worked. The more precise I could be, the less time I would spend sitting here with the hazards ticking and the gas tank bone dry. "Yeah," I said. "Hang on." I put the phone on speaker and set it in the cup holder, then reached down to the door pocket for the small flashlight I kept there. It felt too light in my hand. When I flicked it on, the beam cut through the cabin and hit the windshield in a cone of harsh white, dust motes spinning in the beam like tiny, trapped ghosts. I cracked the door open. The night air slid in, cold and damp, carrying the faint smell of wet earth and something resinous from the pines. The steady clicking of the hazard relay got louder, less muffled by the door. Tick, tick, tick. Sir Melissa's voice floated up from the cup holder. "Are you still there?" "Yeah, just stepping out to check." The gravel crunched under my sneakers as I climbed down. Off the asphalt, the footing felt treacherous, the loose stones shifting and rolling under my weight. I kept one hand on the edge of the open door, as if the Jeep could somehow keep me tethered to something solid. The headlights painted the guardrail and the first few feet of scrub beyond it in washed-out gray. Everything passed that fell off a cliff into black. The forest was just a presence, a wall of cold air and darker shadow. I swept the flashlight beam along the shoulder, following the curve of the road. The light picked out candy wrappers, an old tire tread, a flattened raccoon so decomposed it was just a smear and some bones. About 30 yards ahead, On the right, a small green rectangle rose from the edge of the gravel, half swallowed by tall grass. I see one. I called back toward the Jeep. Hang on. I started walking. Each step away from the Jeep felt wrong, like moving away from a campfire in a horror movie. The sound of the hazard lights got fainter, swallowed up by the vast, indifferent hush of the woods. When I reached the mile marker, I had to brush aside a curtain of weeds to read it. The paint on the numbers was cracked and peeling, but still legible in the flashlight beam. Mile 143, I said, raising my voice. On. I think this is still I-91, thank you. Melissa's disembodied voice said from somewhere behind me. 143, I-91. Got it. Please return to your vehicle, sir, and I'll check for the closest available service truck. Yeah, okay. I turned and walked back, my shadow stretching out in front of me, grotesque and elongated by the Jeep's headlights. The trees loomed on my left, black on black. For a moment, it felt like they were watching me, tall, patient things that had seen 100 little dramas like mine and were in no hurry to intervene. By the time I climbed back into the driver's seat and shut the door, my heart was beating faster than the exertion warranted. I locked the doors out of reflex, partially rolled up the windows I had left down because of the heat, and sat there, listening to my own breath come a little quick. Okay, I said, picking up the phone and bringing it closer. I'm back in the car. Thank you, Melissa said. More typing. All right, I've got you logged. The nearest contracted truck is finishing another call about 20 miles from you. Estimated time of arrival to your location is between 30 and 40 minutes. 40, I repeated. My eyes drifted to the windshield, where the highway stretched out into nothing. Okay, that's okay. She went through the rest of the script to stay in the vehicle, keep the hazards on, call 911 if I felt unsafe. Watch for a truck with specific branding and plate numbers she read off to me. I wrote them down on a crumpled receipt from the cup holder, my handwriting jagged in the glow of the phone screen. Is there anything else I can do for you tonight? She asked. The line she probably said 100 times per shift. Yeah, I said, trying to keep my voice light. You could tell him to bring coffee. She gave a small, surprised laugh. It sounded thin and real. I'll put in a good word, she said. Help is on the way. Sir? The line clicked, and the call ended. The phone screen reverted to the home display, then dimmed, then timed out, leaving me with a bright ghost rectangle drifting in my vision and a darker world around it. The only man-made lights now were inside my Jeep, the pulsing orange of the hazard indicator on the dash, the faint glow of the instrument panel, the soft, jaundiced dome light above me that I eventually switched off because it made me feel like I was in a display case. I sat there and took stock of what I had. Half a cup of lukewarm coffee in the cup holder, a backpack with some clothes, my stethoscope, a paperback I was never going to finish, a glove compartment full of old registration slips and napkins, a flashlight, 4 doors that locked but were mostly fabric and stubbornness, a completely open roof. Worst case, I muttered, leaning back and trying to exhale some tension. I take a nap and wake up to a knock on the window. Could be worse. It sounded weak even to me. Outside, the world was changing in ways that were hard to articulate but easy to feel. When I had first stopped, there had been a constant background chorus from the trees chirping, buzzing, tiny lives rubbing up against each other in the dark. Now, as I listened, that noise seemed to be thinning out, like a crowd slowly leaving a stadium. The insect song lost layers, A trill here, a rasp there, dropping out and not returning. Frogs that had been croaking unseen somewhere grew silent, one by one. Even the rustling of underbrush in the distance quieted, as if whatever was moving around out there had decided it was time to freeze. The wind still moved. I could feel it stroking the top of my head, sliding along the roll bar, sneaking in around the edges of the soft doors, but it seemed to have lost some of its voice. What remained grew louder by contrast, the tick of the hazard relay under the dash. Tick, tick, tick. My own heartbeat, a little too fast, pulsing in my ears. Every so often, from very far away, the faint Doppler whine of a semi's engine as it traveled another part of the interstate. Far enough that its headlights might as well have been stars. The rest was a kind of held breath. I unlocked my phone again, more for something to do than anything else, and scrolled aimlessly through my messages. There was the last text from my mom checking what time I thought I would arrive, a group chat with co-workers sharing memes about night shift, a thread with my cousin full of gifs and bad jokes. I tapped on his contact, thinking distantly that I should probably let him know his bottomless pit of a gas tank had finally betrayed someone before I could type. I realized he had left me a voice message earlier that day, one I had never listened to because I was at work. It was from a few hours before my shift ended. The little notification bubble sat there, patient and unread. I hit play and held the phone to my ear. His voice came through, tinny and too loud in the confined space. "Yo," he said. "Just double-checking. You're taking the Jeep." "Right, I topped it off this afternoon. Should be good. But, keep an eye on it. Gage still lies like a politician. If it starts acting weird, don't..." There was a faint sound in the background then, barely noticeable, like something small hitting something hard. Clack. He paused, just for a beat, then resumed talking. "Don't push it too far between exits. You know the deal. Anyway, call me if it dies on you. I want to laugh. Later." The message ended. I frowned, thumb hovering over the replay button. That little noise. I listened to it again, this time focusing not on his words, but on the spaces between them. Gage still lies like a politician. If it starts acting weird, don't clack, don't push it too far. 3 small impacts, close together. So soft I would never have noticed them if I had not already been primed to hear everything. They did not sound like something in his house. They did not sound like a dropped spoon or a distant door. They had that same hollow metal ring to them as the taps from my speakers earlier. The same suggestion of bone meeting steel. Clack, clack, clack. But he had recorded that message in the middle of the afternoon, miles away. Nowhere near a hospital tray or a stainless steel table. Glitch, I whispered to myself, trying to push the unease back down. Just some stupid artifact. Wind against the phone, whatever. I did not hit play again. I set the phone back in the cup holder, screen down this time, and stared out through the windshield into the slowly thickening dark, listening to the hazards and my heart and the way the woods had gone from noisy to watchful. 30 to 40 minutes, the woman at AAA had said. At that moment, it felt like an entire night was about to squeeze itself into that space. 2.3. The forest stops talking. At some point in every long night, the darkness stops feeling like a backdrop and starts feeling like a presence. sitting there in the driver's seat with the engine dead and the hazards ticking. I could feel that shift happening. The stretch of highway outside the windshield was no longer just out there. It felt like it had leaned in around the Jeep, listening. I killed everything I didn't absolutely need. The radio was already off. I reached up and flicked the dome light off as well. The feeble yellow glow vanished, leaving the inside of the Jeep lit only by the thin green strip of the dashboard and the occasional orange blink of the hazard indicator. Outside, the turn signals continued their ritual, washing the gravel and guardrail in intermittent amber. Tick, dark, tick, dark. Without the indoor light buzzing over my head, the space felt smaller, but in a strange way. It felt safer. Less like I was on a stage, less to see me. The first few minutes of waiting were just that, minutes. I shifted in my seat, feeling the cracked vinyl complain under me. My jeans made a small rasp against the material. The seat back clicked once as my weight settled, a little plastic protest. The wind threaded itself through the gaps and seams of the Jeep under the soft doors, over the lip of the windshield, down through the empty roof. It slid past my ears in thin, whispering rushes, sometimes high and sharp, sometimes low and breathy. Somewhere loose on the roll bar, a strap or a buckle tapped occasionally, an irregular little knock like a lazy finger. The seatbelt hanging beside me swayed gently in the draft, the metal tongue ticking against the pillar tap, 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 in its own unrelated rhythm. Every tiny noise became magnified. The faint, settling creak of the steering column, the almost inaudible whine of the hazard relay as it engaged and disengaged, the sticky sound when I swallowed. Beyond the thin metal and fabric skin of the Jeep, the woods breathed. Crickets chirped in their strange, syncopated patterns. Something that might have been frogs called to each other from a wet spot deeper in. There was the rustle of small bodies moving through low brush, the occasional crackle of a dry twig snapping under a light foot, all of it layered together into a messy but comforting soundscape, life going about its business, ignoring me entirely. I focused on that. It helped tamp down the unease that wanted to crawl up my throat. As long as the forest was noisy, I told myself, things were normal. Animals do not sing when there is a predator nearby. As long as they kept talking, I was just an inconvenience on the side of the road, not the center of anything. Then, in the middle of that busy, indifferent chorus, I heard something heavier. It came from my right, the passenger side, from beyond the guardrail, somewhere in the trees. A dull, low thump accompanied by the brittle snap of a thicker branch, not the light, scratching progress of a squirrel or raccoon, but the sound of weight. I froze. There it was again, a muffled, dragging footstep, the brush of something broad pushing through undergrowth. Leaves rustled in a concentrated patch, like something big shouldering its way along. Bear, I thought immediately, or a deer, or a moose, though that made my stomach tighten a little more. This was rural Vermont. The list of things living in those trees that outweighed me by a factor of 3 was not short. I pictured a black bear wandering up to the road, curious about the strange glowing box that had appeared on the shoulder. I imagined it putting its paws on the guardrail, sniffing the air, maybe shambling closer to check if I had any food in the back. That was a problem I knew how to quantify. Bears were dangerous, sure, but they existed in rules I understood. "Stay over there, buddy," I muttered, barely above a breath. The heavier movement continued for a few seconds step. Crack, brush, not rushing, not charging, just pacing. Then it stopped, not slowed, not receded, stopped in the space it left. I realized the rest of the forest was changing. The cricket's rhythm stalled, one section at a time. A patch of chirping to my left went silent, like a radio station dropping off the air. The frog's distant croaking cut out mid-call. The tiny rustles of unseen, harmless lives under the ferns diminished, then vanished. Sound, I was suddenly aware, was receding from me in a slow, widening ring. It was as if an invisible hand had started in the distance, pinched the volume knob between thumb and forefinger, and was slowly turning it down as it swept inward. Within a minute, the insect chorus was gone. No chirps, no clicks, no brush of small bodies in dry leaves. What remained was terrifyingly simple. The wind through the jeep, the tick of the hazards, the pulse of my own blood in my ears, and, from somewhere just beyond the guardrail, the sound of footsteps starting up again. These were not the hurried, scrambling steps of a spooked animal. They were spaced apart, deliberate. Each step carried the suggestion of mass, the faint concussion of something heavy meeting the ground. There was a drag to them, too, the tiniest shuffle at the end of each impact, as if whatever it was not lifting its feet quite all the way. Step, drag, step, drag. They grew closer, but never crossed into the narrow area my headlights were illuminating. They stayed just outside the visible world, moving parallel to the jeep, pacing along the tree line. I gripped the steering wheel, as if that would help. "This is stupid," I whispered. "It's a bear. Bears walk. Get a grip." I thought about grabbing my phone and calling AAA back, telling them I was being harassed by wildlife. I pictured the operator pulling up some policy about large animals and advising me to stay inside the vehicle, which, to be fair, I was already doing. What were they going to do? Send a tow truck faster so it could get eaten first. The footsteps stopped again. This time, the silence that followed felt less like absence and more like attention. Something was standing out there, just beyond the guardrail, just past the edge of the headlights, and it was listening. My skin crawled. "That's it," I said aloud, surprising myself with the sound of my own voice. It sounded too loud, like shouting in a church. I'm not sitting here imagining things. Decision number 2, the equally bad cousin of decision number 1. I reached down, grabbed the flashlight, and opened the driver's door. The night folded around me as I stepped out, away from the thin cocoon of the jeep. The air felt colder, more solid. The asphalt under my shoes had leached all its warmth and now pressed up through the soles like ice. The hazards blinked relentlessly, bathing the side of the jeep in bursts of gold, then letting it sink back into shadow. The open door caught the light every time, its metal skin flashing briefly like a signal flag. Being outside the jeep made me acutely aware of how small it really was. The vehicle loomed a little above me, but beyond it, the highway stretched out in both directions like an abandoned runway. No other cars, no distant glow of oncoming traffic, just 2 ragged ribbons of pavement and a sea of trees. I stayed close enough to put my free hand on the warm metal of the door, as if that touch could pull me back inside at the first sign of trouble. My heart was beating faster now, thudding against my ribs hard enough to feel in my throat. I swung the flashlight beam toward the guardrail. The light bounced off the aluminum posts and the galvanized steel, throwing harsh reflections into my eyes. I squinted and adjusted the angle, tracing the rail to where it curved inward and disappeared into the black. Beyond it, the forest rose up in layers. First, there were the weeds and scrub at the roadside tall grasses, a few scraggly bushes, the litter that collects anywhere cars pass, a shredded grocery bag caught on a stem, an empty bottle glinting faintly in the dust. Behind that, low saplings crowded together, their leaves turned into one solid dark mass by the night. The beam of the flashlight broke them into separate shapes, twisting patterns of branch and leaf and shadow. Further back still, the trunks of older trees stood like columns, pale in the light where their bark had been stripped or weathered, darker where moss crawled up from the roots. Higher up, branches interlocked overhead, a tangled network that the beam could not penetrate. I swept the light left to right, slow and steady. At first, I saw nothing but foliage and the imagined faces we all see in random patterns when we want to scare ourselves. Twisted bark that looked like a screaming mouth. Knots that could be eyes if you stared too long. See? I muttered, half to myself, half to whatever was listening. Nothing, just trees. The beam continued its arc, left brush, trunks. The ordinary clutter of a forest that has grown undisturbed for decades. Right, more of the same. A fallen log, a tangle of vines. The light caught on something that did not belong. It glinted, briefly, then resolved into familiar, wrong shapes. Hanging between two trees a few yards back from the guardrail was a line of bones. At first I thought I was seeing some kind of hunter's joke, a string of old trophies hung up to bleach in the weather. Vertebrae, maybe, or animal skulls, threaded through on a cord. But as I stepped a half-pace closer, careful not to stray far from the door, the details sharpened. They were skulls. 3, 4, 5 of them at least, strung together like grotesque beads. Deer. From the look of the branching antlers on one, smaller, blunt-nosed ones that might have been raccoons or foxes. Each skull was drilled or broken through in the brow or the back, a coarse rope or wire running through the holes, suspending them at about chest height. The wind coming off the road stirred the line, making the skulls sway gently. When they bumped into each other, they made a soft, horrible music. Clack, clack, clack. I knew that sound. It was cleaner out here, sharper without the interference of speakers or steel panels. The hollow ring of bone on bone, with a faint metallic undertone from whatever held them. It was the same noise the radio had mimicked, the same rhythm that had crept into my cousin's voice message. My mouth went dry. I lifted the beam higher, following the arc of the hanging bones. The rope or wire was looped clumsily around the trunks at either end. Digging into the bark, something dark had stained the wood there, streaks that might have been old sap or something uglier. Then the flashlight beam slid down, and I saw the one at the far right end of the line. It was not an animal. Nestled among the deer and the smaller carnivores was a human skull. It sat lower than the others, as if the rope had stretched under its weight. There was still a faint patina of dirt smeared into the bone, filling the cracks and old fracture lines like a map drawn in shadow. The top of the cranium was spider-webbed with hairline fractures, and a larger chunk of the right temple was missing, leaving a jagged window into the hollow space inside. I should not have been able to recognize it as anything more than generic human remains. Skulls all look the same once you strip away the flesh. That is what we tell ourselves in hospitals to keep our distance. Bone is bone, but the mouth was slightly open, and the beam of my flashlight picked out the teeth. The top front two overlapped. Just a little, crooked in the exact same way as the smiling man on the missing poster at the rest area. The picture I had stared at in stale fluorescent light a couple of hours before. Recognition hit me like a physical blow. That dumb little thought I had had at the board, you'd recognize him anywhere, came back and curled, rotten in my gut. Here he was, or what was left of him. His skull swinging gently on a piece of rope in the dark, jaw slack, eyes reduced to smooth, empty holes that seemed to stare straight through me. The wind picked up for half a second, just enough to set the whole string of bones swaying. The deer skull knocked softly against the human one. The sound it made was small, almost polite. Clack. Behind me, in the Jeep. The hazard relay kept time. Tick, tick, tick. Between those two metronomes, I stood rooted in place, the flashlight trembling slightly in my hand, realizing that whatever had happened to that missing man had not ended with the police report or the poster. It was still here, hanging in the trees, whispering in bone. 3.1, the bone chimes. For a second or two, I just stared at that human skull swinging among the animal ones, my brain refusing to file it under anything but wrong. Every instinct I had told me to get back in the Jeep, slam the door, lock it, and pretend I had never seen any of this. Call the cops from the safety of the driver's seat. Let someone with a badge and a gun come out here and explain to me that I had stumbled across some weird hunter's shrine, some backwoods taxidermy nightmare. Instead, I did the opposite. I took a few steps closer. The gravel of the shoulder gave way to softer ground, my shoes sinking slightly into damp dirt and flattened weeds. The guardrail was a cold, gritty line at my hip as I stepped up to it and leaned over, the flashlight beam stretching further into the trees. The bones resolved into individual shapes as I got nearer. The largest skull was definitely a deer's long, narrow snout, empty eye sockets like big hollow coins, a rack of antlers still attached. The antlers were bleached almost white by weather, with darker streaks where something had rubbed against them. Smaller skulls clustered around it, like followers around a leader fox. Raccoon, maybe a coyote. All of them drilled through in the brow ridge or jaw. A rough hole chewed or bored into the bone so that a length of rope or wire could pass through. Whoever had put them up hadn't been neat about it. The spacing was irregular. Some hung higher, some lower. A jagged line of death swaying between the two trees it was anchored to. The rope itself looked like a mix of things frayed nylon cord in one place, rusty baling wire in another, a strip of something that might have been leather or old belt tying a knot tight. The wind off the highway, what little of it made it over the guardrail, slid through the crude mobile and set it moving. Skulls drifted and bumped against each other, jawbones clacking against antlers, canine teeth kissing the smooth curve of a neighbor's cranium. The sound they made was softer than I would have expected, but somehow clearer than anything else in the forest. Clack, 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 bone against bone, with a thin metallic echo running under it where wire rubbed against drilled edges. It was a familiar sound to me, in a way I wished it wasn't. In the hospital, in the orthopedic wing. There were stainless steel trays where techs laid out pins and plates and screws for surgeries. When someone bumped one with a wrist or a clamp, the instruments would roll and knock into each other, making that same tiny, hard note in the morgue. When a tech moved a skull on the table and it nudged a metal basin, it sounded just like that. Hearing it here, outdoors, under a star-choked sky on the side of a highway, made my stomach turn. It didn't belong. I let the beam of the flashlight drift down below the hanging line, just off to the right side of its center. A stump jutted from the ground like a dead pedestal, the remains of an old tree, cut years ago and left to rot. The surface was gray and split by cracks that radiated outward from the center. Moss grew in the grooves. Sitting on top of it, carefully placed in the exact middle like an offering, was another skull. This one was human too. There was no mistaking it. It was smaller than I expected from the man on the poster, because the absence of flesh always makes bones seem shrunken. Like somebody let the air out. The forehead sloped gently back, mottled by stains where something dark had dried and then flaked away. A jagged crack ran diagonally across the frontal bone, starting just above where an eyebrow would have been and continuing up toward the thinning crown. On the right side, a whole piece of bone was missing. Not a neat circle like a drill hole, but a ragged-edged void where force had blown a chunk of skull away. The edges were beveled and rough, stained a deeper brown, like the rim of a burnt hole in paper. The eye sockets were full of dirt. Someone or something had plucked out any remaining tissue long ago. Soil and bits of leaf and grit had packed into the hollows, turning them into dark, empty caves. Small roots threaded into one of them like fingers. The jawbone was still attached, hanging slightly open in a permanent, stupid O, as if the skull had died mid-sentence. Teeth gleamed in the flashlight beam, off-white and stained in places. Some were missing entirely, gaps in the grin. A couple had gold or yellowed fillings, little flashes of dull metal near the gums. And, of course, the front two on the top row overlapped. Not dramatically, not cartoonishly, just enough that the right one edged a hair over the left, crowding into its space. The exact same subtle crookedness I had seen a blown-up, smiling version of at the rest area. The kind of tiny flaw you would recognize instantly if you'd just been thinking about how you would recognize a man anywhere because of it. I felt my throat tighten, even in bone, even with no lips to set them in. Those teeth were unmistakable. I was not looking at some anonymous teaching skull or prop from a Halloween store. I was looking at what used to be the inside of that missing man's face. The person some family was still probably wondering about every night. The smell hit me next. I had been standing upwind, more or less, focused on sight. When the breeze shifted, it carried something from deeper in the trees, threading it through the cold air and into my nose. It was a layered smell, on top damp earth, like when you dig into a garden that hasn't been turned in a while. Under that, the dry, chalky scent of old bone, similar to an unused plaster room in the hospital. A dust that clings to the back of your sinuses. Beneath that, faint but undeniable, was another note, the sweet, rotten tang of meat that had once been human and was no longer entirely gone. Not fresh enough to be overpowering, but not gone enough to be forgotten. It was the smell of a body that had spent time being something's meal and something else's home. Without even wanting to, my brain flipped into its clinical mode. I had seen enough cadavers, enough partial remains, to start making calculations even when I did not want them. The degree of discoloration on the skull suggested months of exposure, maybe more, though the damp and cold of a Vermont forest could slow some processes and speed others. The lack of any remaining soft tissue told me animals had done their work thoroughly. But the lingering smell meant that somewhere out there, in those trees, there were either other pieces or fresher additions. The broken section at the temple looked like a high-energy impact. Could have been from the original accident, if he'd been struck at speed. Could have been from a fall, or from something, or someone, hitting the skull after death. I thought of the newscast in the hospital waiting room. The words remains incomplete. Animals possibly involved. I thought of the missing poster tacked up on the corkboard under fluorescent light. I thought of some detective standing in these trees with a flashlight of his own, finding tire tracks and blood and then stopping. How had they missed this? Or had this been put up after I realized I was breathing too shallowly and forced myself to take a fuller breath, even though it dragged more of the smell into me? My stomach flipped in mild rebellion. For a few heartbeats, all I could hear was the blood in my ears and the soft, obscene knocking of the skulls above. Clack, clack. Another gust of air swept through the trees, and the line of bones stirred more brightly, their shadows pinwheeling across the undergrowth. The deer skull swung wide, then came back to tap against the human one on the stump with delicate insistence, like it was trying to draw attention to its neighbor. Clack. I jolted back a step, my heel sliding in the dirt. My free hand tightened on the cold top edge of the guardrail to steady myself. The metal bit into my palm. This is not a prank, I thought. The idea had tried to wedge itself into my mind earlier. Some messed up redneck art installation. Some hunter with too much time and too little empathy. But this was beyond weird trophy territory. Someone had taken the bones of animals and a man and turned them into a warning, an altar, a wind chime. Whatever it was, it required time and access and intent. That thought finally cut through the weird, fascinated fog in my head. Every horror movie I had ever seen, every true crime story I had half listened to on a late-night drive, chose that moment to line up and raise their hands like students. You, alone, on the side of the road, at night, with no engine, no one around, looking at proof that whoever did this likes strings of bones and probably does not have a great relationship with the concept of leave people alone. I swallowed hard and took another step back, pulling the beam of the flashlight with me. Okay, I said under my breath. That's enough. Back to the Jeep. Call the cops. Let them be the ones to star in this episode. I turned, pivoting on my heel to face the road again. As I did, the circle of light from my flashlight swung across the nearest tree trunk. For a second, it slid over rough bark and patches of lichen. Then it snagged on something else. A vertical smear of darkness ran up the trunk from about knee height to well above my head, a broad streak of dried, crusted something that did not match the natural color of the wood. It was almost black in the beam, but its texture was wrong for sap or rot. I moved closer before I could talk myself out of it. The streak had layers. At the bottom, near the ground, the color was deepest, almost tar-like. As it climbed, it thinned and feathered at the edges, like something had been dragged upward, not spilled down. Embedded in the dried material were tiny bits of things. Here, a tuft of coarse, brown animal hair, stuck like someone had pressed a dirty paintbrush into wet tar. There, a scrap of fabric, dark and frayed. That could have once been part of a shirt or jacket. Little flecks of pale something, maybe slivers of bone. Maybe just bark the stain had pulled free, and near the center of the streak, halfway between my waist and my shoulder, something small and curved caught the light. At first I thought it was just a chip of plastic. When I leaned in, almost pressing my face to the tree, the beam resolved it into a different kind of detail. It was a fragment of a fingernail, not animal claw. The curve and thickness were wrong. This was human. A small piece, maybe a third of a nail, glossy in a way the rest of the streak wasn't. One edge was jagged, as if it had been torn off violently. The other edge disappeared into the dried, dark smear, embedded there like a tiny, obscene fossil. The realization crawled along my spine like ice water. This streak was not just blood in the abstract sense. It was the record of something, or someone, being pulled up this trunk with enough force to leave parts of themselves behind. Flesh, hair, fabric. A nail ripped from the bed as fingers clawed at bark or whatever was holding them. The line ended about 8 feet up, where the stain thinned to nothing. Above that, the tree went back to just being a tree. Below, at its base, the soil was disturbed, churned and packed in a way that suggested weight and struggle. Behind me, the skulls whispered to each other in little clacks. Above me, branches creaked. Somewhere far down the highway, a truck's horn blew, distant and muffled, as if from another world. The thought that came into my head then was simple and clear. This is not over. Whoever had been dragged up this tree had not just died and stayed put. Pieces of them were here, hanging and smeared and planted. But the thing that had done it, whatever liked to make bone chimes and smear people up bark, did not feel finished. I took a full, stumbling step back from the tree, the bark passing out of the flashlight's harsh circle, and turned again toward the Jeep, finally ready to do what I should have done 15 minutes earlier. Get back in the car, lock the doors, call Vermont State Police, tell them everything. Behind me, as if responding to the decision, the line of skulls swayed on a breeze I did not feel, and their hollow song followed me. Clack, clack, clack. 3.2. The first time I saw him, the air felt wrong before I even turned away from the tree. 1 second, the bones above me were whispering to each other, clacking lazily in the wind. The next, the breeze just folded in on itself. It did not die completely. It thinned, like someone had shut a door a few rooms away. The branches overhead stopped moving. The line of skulls stilled, their gentle sway freezing mid-arc. Behind me, a long way off but suddenly too loud, the Jeep's hazard relay kept its slow, idiot heartbeat. Tick, tick, tick. It sounded distant, like a clock in another house heard through a wall. This little clearing by the tree line had become its own space, its own pocket of air, and the rest of the world felt very far away. I took 1 step back toward the guardrail, intending to put metal between myself and the stump with the skull on it. The flashlight beam danced with the movement, skimming over the stump, the hanging line of bones, the dark smear up the trunk. For a second it pointed uselessly into the empty canopy, catching nothing but black. Then the light went wrong. The beam did not fade or flicker. It was cut. Something passed in front of it, stepping into that narrow cone of white and swallowing it up in a shape that was not tree, not bush, not anything I had prepared myself to see. It was as if a piece of the night itself had thickened and moved. Reflex took over. I jerked my hand up, trying to bring the beam higher. To see, the light climbed a torso, then a throat, then a chin. It hit a mouth first, and all the air went out of my lungs. The man's face looked like it had been drowned and then dragged through the woods. His skin was a gray-green that did not belong on anything alive, like meat left in a freezer that lost power for a few days. Mud clung to one side of his cheek and jaw and dried. Cracked plates, as if his head had been pressed hard into wet ground and left there until it hardened. Streaks of darker brown fanned out from the corners of his mouth. Running down over his chin and the front of his neck, old blood, dried and cracked like riverbeds in summer. His lips were torn in places, split in jagged vertical cuts that exposed the gums underneath. One corner of his mouth sagged lower than the other, as if something had chewed through the muscles there. His eyes were open. There is a very particular kind of eye you see in the hospital basement when they wheel a body in from the freezer, even after they dry, even after the lids are shut. You do not forget them. The surface clouds over, going from clear to a milky, dead sheen, like someone frosted the inside of the cornea. Any color that was once there drains away or hides under the film. The pupils become flat discs of shadow with no depth. That is what looked back at me. Both eyes were a uniform, glassy gray-white, filmed so completely that they reflected the flashlight beam in a dull, diffuse way, like light on frosted glass. There was no spark, no tracking, no sign that they were doing anything but existing out of habit. But they were pointed at me. I could feel that, even if the physics of it did not make sense. Those milky, blind-looking eyes were aimed right at my face, unblinking, as if something behind them was checking boxes. My hand shook. The beam jittered, dropping for a second to cut across his neck and chest. His throat was a mess. The skin there was shredded in overlapping layers, like something with too many teeth had grabbed and yanked and not cared about sequence. Jagged tears ran from just below the jawline down to the collarbones, some of them deep enough that the flashlight caught glimpses of slick, darker tissue underneath, the ropey shine of exposed muscle, the pale curve of what might have been trachea. Lower down, his chest looked worse. The front of his shirt, what was left of it, had been ripped open and then left to hang in filthy, soaked tatters beneath the cloth. His torso was split, a gash wide enough to turn his rib cage into something like a cracked open crate. You are not supposed to see ribs from the front like that. Not outside of an autopsy theater. They're meant to stay behind meat and skin, implied rather than displayed. Here, a section of them were visible, arcs of off-white bone curved around the hollow of his chest. Some were snapped, ends jutting at wrong angles. Cloth and flesh both had been chewed back in uneven bites, leaving a jagged frame around a dark, collapsed center where lungs and heart should have been. There was still something in there. Not whole organs, those were gone, but sticky. Clotted remnants clinging to the inside of the cage like something smeared on the walls of a jar. In a few places, in the flashlight's harsh glare, there was the faint suggestion of movement, a twitch or wriggle that might have been maggots disturbed by the light. I thought I was going to vomit. The half-stale coffee in my stomach climbed, burned, subsided only because I had nowhere for it to go that did not feel like a terrible mistake. His clothes were, once practical. He wore what had probably been a heavy work jacket over a flannel shirt, both now shredded. The jacket had faded reflective strips on it, 2 horizontal bands across the chest and fragments on the shoulders. They caught my flashlight in little weak glimmers. ghosts of safety. Underneath, the flannel was soaked and stiff with old blood, darkening the fabric from red to near black. On what remained of his pants, I saw the edge of a reflective stripe down one leg, like the kind you see on work pants designed for truckers, road crews, anyone who has to step out into traffic at night. The strip was torn, one end curling away from the fabric, caked with dirt. The smell that rolled off him hit me like a wall. It was the same layered horror I had caught hints of in the air, but concentrated. The rank, sweet-sour stench of human decay, the kind that seeps into your clothes in the morgue and clings to you even after you shower. Under that, the sharper note of gasoline, not fresh and clean from a pump, but the stale, oily reek of fuel soaked into fabric and then left to dry. There was rainwater, too, that cold, moldy smell of clothing that has been soaked and never properly dried. And under all of it, metallic. Like rusting steel, the tang of old blood and iron and whatever else had shared this forest with him when he died. Every breath I took tasted like it. For a few seconds that stretched like wire, neither of us moved. The only motion came from the trembling circle of light in my hand and the faintest rise and fall of his chest. Yes, his chest. He was breathing. Not the full, easy expansion of someone pulling air into healthy lungs. His ribcage lifted just enough that the broken bones shifted, scraping softly against each other. Tack. The sound was tiny, but my brain seized on it. On each minimal inhale, it came again, the delicate, dry click of bone edges rubbing. The hole where his lungs should have been did not fill. Exactly. It changed shape. The dark, wet remnants inside heaving slightly, like something in a jar being stirred. And from his mouth, from whatever was left of his throat, came a noise I will hear in my sleep until I die. Every time he breathed out, air squeezed past shredded vocal cords and pooled fluids, bubbling and rattling. It was not a sigh, not a groan, not even a moan. It was a wet, choking hiss, like someone forcing air through a length of tubing, half filled with blood and mucus. It had a texture, a thickness. You could almost feel it sticking to the inside of your ears. Little droplets of something dark glistened at the corners of his lips with each exhale, then rolled slowly back down toward his chin. They hit the already dried trails there and left new, glistening tracks over old ones. He never blinked. He never spoke, but he smiled. Not a big, dramatic grin. The corners of his mouth twitched up a fraction, pulling at the torn skin, stretching it. The upper lip curled just enough that the flashlight caught his teeth. There they were, the same front teeth, overlapping just to the right. The same slightly crooked line I had seen on the poster and on the skull on the stump. Seeing them set in rotting, mottled gums, framed by gray, splitting lips, drove home something that bone and paper had only hinted at. This was not just a skull I recognized. This was the man, or what was left of him, walking, standing, breathing in that broken, obscene way. My brain did something stupid and practical. It tried to reconcile his face now with the face from the poster. Take away the swelling, add some color to the skin, close up the wounds, straighten the mouth. I could see it in flashes him at a truck stop, coffee in hand, reflective jacket clean and bright, him in that ID photo, smile forced but sincere, and then the overlay dissolved, leaving only the present version, the butchered, waterlogged thing wearing his shape. The flashlight beam quivered in my hand. "Jesus Christ," I whispered, though I am not sure if it came out aloud or only in my head. He did not react to my voice. Instead, he tilted his head, slowly, like a dog catching a distant sound. The motion made something in his neck crunch softly, a grisly grind I felt in my teeth. One of his eyes seemed to track a different imaginary point than the other for a second. Then they settled. Both pointed not at me but away, up and to the side. He was listening, not to me. Up above us, the bone chimes hung motionless in the dead air. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, with no breeze I could feel, one of the skulls nudged another. Clack! The tiniest movement set off a chain reaction. The deer skull shifted, knocked into the raccoon, which tipped and touched the human skull at the end. The line stirred, bones brushing. The sound barely there but perfectly clear. Clack, clack, clack. The man's ruined mouth twitched again, not quite into a smile this time, but into something like recognition. He raised his head a fraction more, as if orienting himself to that sound, to the arrangement overhead, to his own empty shell swaying among the animals. Then, very slowly, he turned, not toward me. His shoulders pivoted, body twisting in a slow, jerky arc. One foot dragged as he shifted his weight, making a soft grinding noise in the dirt and old leaves. He moved with the awful, deliberate care of someone whose joints did not quite remember how to cooperate. The flashlight followed, because my hand did, because I could not look. He faced the highway, beyond the guardrail. The asphalt shone in the indirect spill of my beams and the faint glow of my Jeep's hazards. 2 empty lanes, stretching away into black north and south. No cars, no lights, just the suggestion of distance and the echo of my own stalled vehicles blinking. Tick, tick, tick. He stared at it like a man watching a TV from across a bar, attention fixed, head tilted slightly to catch some faint detail. There was a gravity to it, a familiarity, like this stretch of pavement meant something to him that went deeper than the place he died. In that moment, standing behind him with my heart trying to escape through my ribs, I had the sickening sensation that I had walked into the middle of someone else's ongoing story, that what had happened to him here was not unique, not even special. This road was his whole world now, and from the way he held himself, from the way those dead eyes hovered on the empty lanes like he was waiting for something, I understood that my out-of-gas Jeep was just one more line in a list that was already too long. 3.3. Back to the Jeep. There is a point where your body decides you have thought enough and it is time to run. That point hit me the moment he turned his back fully to me and fixed those clouded eyes on the highway, like a man standing at a window waiting for someone to come home. Whatever thin thread was holding me there between the skulls and the tree snapped. My legs moved before I even heard the thought. I spun, the flashlight beam whipping wildly across the trunks and the hanging bones. For a second, the light turned the world into streaks of white and black stump, cord, antlers, empty eye sockets. Then it landed on the guardrail and the strip of gravel beyond. I ran. The ground between the trees and the shoulder seemed a lot softer than it had a minute ago. My shoes sank into patches of damp soil and caught on roots that grabbed like fingers. Every step felt heavier than it should have, as if the air itself had thickened around my legs. My breath came in ragged bursts, too loud in my ears. mixing with the sound of the hazard relay ticking away somewhere ahead, like a metronome marking the speed of my panic. Tick, tick, tick. The guardrail snagged at my hip as I clambered over it, cold metal scraping through denim. I half slid, half stumbled down the slight slope to the shoulder. Loose gravel skittered under my soles, firing up against the undercarriage of the Jeep like tiny bullets. The Jeep looked farther away than it had any right to be. It sat there, dead and blinking on the side of the road, only a few car lengths away at most. But in that moment, with adrenaline warping distance and the night stretching itself out between us, it may as well have been at the far end of a tunnel. The blinking hazards painted it in pulses there, then gone. There, then gone, strobing my route. I sprinted, or tried to. My legs felt like they were wrapped in wet towels, muscles sluggish and trembling. Every inhale dragged the stink of the forest and the corpse thing into my lungs, sour and sweet and metallic. The flashlight bounced uselessly in my grip, beam jouncing over the asphalt and the Jeep's bumper. Behind me, just behind me, I heard him move. It was not the frantic crashing of something giving chase. It was worse. Step. Drag. The sound of a heavy foot landing, followed by the scrape of something being pulled along the ground. Another step, another drag. Slow, steady, unhurried. Like he knew he did not need to rush. The rhythm of it got under my skin. My brain tried to map it to distance if he was stepping now. How far back was he? I could not make myself look over my shoulder to check. The thought of turning my head and seeing him silhouetted in my flashlight beam, dragging himself out of the trees, was enough to push my legs harder. The back bumper of the Jeep loomed up. I skidded to a stop just long enough to yank the driver's door open. It stuck for half a heartbeat, the seal clinging as if the Jeep itself did not want to let me in. Then it gave. I threw myself inside. My knee slammed into the lower dash hard enough to send a white burst of pain up my thigh. I did not care. I hauled the rest of my body in, one arm flailing for balance, the other clutching the flashlight. Gravel crunched under my sneakers as my feet left the ground. The door slammed shut with a hollow, ringing bang that told me exactly how thin that barrier was. My hand slapped at the lock button, a clumsy, terrified smack. The familiar thunk of the central locking system engaging sounded obscenely small. Click. Seatbelt. I should put on the seatbelt, some rational corner of my mind said, as if I were about to merge back into traffic instead of cower in a dead car while a half-eaten trucker ghost decided what he wanted from me. Another voice drowned it out. It does not matter. The top is open. The top is open. I looked up. The absence of the roof was a gaping, black mouth above me. The roll bars were silhouettes against the sky, crude ribs in a too-open chest. Beyond them, the stars stared down, cold and oblivious. If he walked around to the side and reached up, there was nothing between his hands and my face but air. I dropped. Instinct pulled me down off the seat, flattening my body across the cracked vinyl. I lay on my back at first, then twisted onto my side, curling in toward the middle of the Jeep like something hiding from lightning. My heart hammered so hard that I could feel it in my throat, in my eyeballs, in the tips of my fingers. I raised one forearm over my face, leaving just a thin slit between my wrist and elbow to see out of. It was a stupid shield, but it made me feel fractionally less exposed. The cabin felt impossibly small. The air was thick with my own sweat and the lingering smell of coffee and plastic and old fries. Somewhere under that was the faint tang of whatever had followed me from the trees, clinging to my clothes. The dashboard glowed weakly in the corner of my vision. Numbers and warning lights sharing space with the pulsing orange of the hazard signal. Tick, tick, tick. Outside. The world narrowed to shadows and reflections in the side windows. I heard him before I saw him. The step drag rhythm reached the gravel, changing its texture. The footfalls made a different sound on stone than it had on forest floor, a crunch, a grind, then the soft, wet scrape of something heavy being pulled. He was coming up along the passenger side, pacing parallel with the Jeep. My mouth had gone so dry it hurt. I bit the inside of my cheek just to feel something that was not fear. The taste of blood grounded me for half a second. In the narrow gap between my arm and my face, I watched the passenger window. At first, there was nothing but the reflected blink of the hazards, orange stuttering across the glass. The view outside was a smear dark trees, lighter strip of guardrail, the edge of the road disappearing into infinity. Then something darker than all of it moved into the frame. A shape stepped up to the door, close enough that the glass caught small details, the puffed, water-swollen texture of ruined skin, the torn edge of a jacket sleeve, the reflective strip on his chest flaring weakly with each flash from my own signal lights. He stopped inches from the window. For a moment, all I saw was his chest. The hole there was more obvious from this angle, a gaping cavity where his sternum should have been. The flashlight, which I still clutched stupidly in my hand, was angled down now, its beam skimming across the center console and throwing just enough stray light onto him to pick out details. A section of rib jutted, bright and bare. Through torn flesh and filthy cloth, it poked out like a length of broken white PVC, sharp and clean against the rot around it. With every shallow, obscene rise and fall of his chest, it shifted minutely against its neighbors. Tack, tack. The sound was nearly lost under the ticking hazards, but I heard it, bone against bone, inside his body, playing that small, dry percussion. Then he leaned down. His face slid into view, filling the passenger window. Up this close, his eyes looked worse. The cloudy film over them turned the reflected hazard light into a dull wash, making them look like two tiny, fogged-up bathroom windows. His pupils were just faint, darker circles somewhere in the middle, unfocused and wrong. He pressed his forehead to the glass lightly, enough that the skin there bulged and flattened weirdly. Flakes of dried mud and old blood crumbled off and stuck to the surface. His torn lips parted a little, opening on that wet, rattling breath. As he exhaled, his breath fogged the inside of the window. That was what broke me. Not the exposed bone, not the ruin of his throat, not even the teeth I could see again in that slack, almost smile, those two front ones crossing over each other, like they had always done, even before everything else fell apart. It was the fog, the soft, normal, human thing your breath does on cold glass. He should not have had breath to fog anything with. His chest cavity was a wrecked cave. His mouth was a cut-up ruin. But there it was, a thin layer of condensation spreading outward from where his lips hovered near the window. A pale bloom that formed, softened the view of his face, and then slowly faded as the air equalized. He breathed again. Another rattling hiss, another smear of moisture. The hazard lights outside kept flashing, turning his features into a jerky slideshow gray, then orange tinted, then gray again. Each pulse made the dried streaks of blood on his cheeks shine for a heartbeat. Each gap plunged him back into dull, corpse-colored shadow behind the Jeep. Somewhere back at the tree line, the bone chimes woke up. For a few precious minutes, they had been silent, the wind dead. Now, out of rhythm with everything else. They clattered together 3 times in quick succession. Clack, clack, clack. There was no obvious breeze. The trees did not sway. The grass by the shoulder did not bend. But something passed through that little clearing, something I could almost feel as a pressure on my eardrums, and the skulls obeyed, touching and sounding off like they had been struck by an invisible hand. He reacted before I did. His head twitched, just a small jerk, as if a thread tied somewhere behind his eyes had been tugged. The fog on the glass smeared as his forehead shifted, leaving streaks. For the first time, he moved his gaze away from the abstract middle distance and toward the direction of the sound. Those dead, filmed-over eyes angling past me, past the Jeep, toward the line of trees and the hanging bones. I lay perfectly still, every muscle screaming with the effort not to flinch. The flashlight dug into my ribs. My arm ached where it pressed across my face. My chest burned from the shallow, frantic breaths I was taking. Terrified that anything more would make the Jeep rock and give me away, even though logically he had to know I was there. He had followed me, after all. Slowly, with a stiffness that made each movement look like it could be his last. He raised one hand. It came up into view from below the window line. Fingers first. They were swollen and discolored. Skin stretched too tight over knuckles. Nails dark with dirt. Mud caked the backs, crackled in the lines when he flexed them. As he lifted his arm higher, I saw that the sleeve of his jacket was shredded, exposing more of that mottled flesh underneath. He set his palm flat against the passenger side glass. The impact was gentle. No bang, no slam. Just a soft, wet-seeming contact. Like someone laying their hand on a mirror to see if there was really a second person there. The flesh spread under its own weight, fingers splaying slightly. Then he dragged it downward. The sound it made was awful, sticky. Squeaking slide as mud and whatever else coated his skin smeared across the window. It left a streak behind, a wide, irregular trail of darker grime that caught the hazard flashes and turned them into a sickly, pulsing orange smear. As his hand slid, I saw it clearly for the first time in my narrow viewing slit. One of the fingers, the ring finger, I think looked wrong. The nail was broken, torn halfway down the bed, but that was not what snagged my attention. It was the missing piece. On the middle finger, there was a gap where the nail should have extended. The remaining horn was jagged, abruptly cut off, exposing the sensitive skin underneath. Dirt and dried blood crusted the wound, but I could see where the smooth curve of the nail should have been and was not. A small piece, a third of a nail, maybe, torn off in the middle of something. In my mind's eye, I saw the tree trunk again, the vertical streak, the embedded sliver of keratin shining pale against all that dried black. I swallowed a cry that wanted out, pressing my lips together so hard they hurt. That little bit on the bark, that tiny, grotesque detail I had noticed and cataloged because my brain liked puzzles, it belonged to him. It was not just evidence of violence. It was evidence of his violence, his struggle, His fingers clawing at bark or rope or whatever had hauled him up while his body was being taken apart. He had left pieces of himself in this forest like breadcrumbs. In the dirt, on the tree, in the rope, in the air. And now he was here, finishing the circuit, drawing a new line of contact, palm to glass, glass to me, tick, tick, tick. The hazards kept time. The bone chimes in the distance answered, softer now, fading back into whatever wind had stirred them. His hand lingered for one more breath on the window, then dropped away, leaving only the smear. I lay there in the half-dark Jeep, heart trying to claw out through my ribs, staring at the cloudy print of his palm slowly drying on the glass, and understood something with a clarity that cut sharper than any scalpel I had held at work. I realized he was not just something I stumbled upon. He had been there, dying in pieces, long before I even ran out of gas. 4.1, trapped under an open sky if the Jeep had had a roof. Maybe I would have felt slightly less like prey, not safe. Exactly. There is nothing safe about being trapped in a dead vehicle on an empty highway, with something like that pacing outside but at least contained, sealed. Instead, I was lying in a metal box with the top torn off, open to the sky like something half buried in a grave. It hit me fully once I stopped moving. I was flattened across the driver's seat, curled on my side, knees pulled up just enough to fit in the small space between the steering wheel and the door. My back was to the open space above, to the roll bar that suddenly felt as pointless as a coat rack in a war zone. There was nothing between my spine and the night but air. Every instinct I had screamed at me to cover my neck, to put something solid behind my back. The best I could do was press myself into the cracked vinyl, as low as I could, like a bug trying to disappear into a table seam. The cabin felt wrong now. It was not just a car interior. It was a hunting blind with the roof ripped off. I could feel the open sky pressing down on me, heavy and cold. The stars watching all of this unfold like an audience too far away to interfere. I tried to breathe shallowly, quietly. Each inhale threatened to turn into a sob. Outside, he moved. The sounds were small, but inside the tomb-quiet Jeep. They might as well have been gunshots, crunch, drag. His footsteps circled the Jeep, gravel grinding under his weight, little stones spinning off and rattling against the underside with dry pings. Every time he shifted direction, there was a faint, wet scrape as something soft and unpleasant brushed against the metal or the guardrail. At one point, right by my head, the driver's side handle rattled. The sound was delicate, almost polite, a soft metallic jiggle. The faint click of lock rods vibrating inside the door. The handle lifted a fraction of an inch in its housing, then dropped back, lifted again, dropped. He was testing it. I squeezed my eyes shut for a second, uselessly, because I could still see him in my head, the clouded eyes, the shredded throat, the exposed ribs, that hand, with its missing nail fragment, now curled around a piece of my only barrier and shaking it like he was trying to wake me up. The metal transmitted the contact in more ways than sound. I could feel it through the floor, through the frame, a faint vibration that seemed to run straight into my sternum. The hazard relay under the dash kept up its slow heartbeat. Tick, tick, tick. I fixated on it, tried to sync my breathing to it. Breathe in for one tick, out for the next. If I could just stay small, stay still, stay quiet. Maybe he would get bored. Maybe whatever was left of his brain would drift back to the tree line and the bone chimes and leave me here. A pathetic, shaking lump under the steering wheel. The footsteps moved away from the driver's side, trailing along the length of the Jeep. I heard the dull thump of him brushing against the body, the sticky peel of something damp separating from metal. He reached the back. The tailgate creaked faintly, metal flexing under a probing hand. I hadn't even considered that he might try it until I heard the latch give a shallow, strained click. I silently thanked whatever lazy god watches over idiots that my cousin had a habit of slamming it so hard it never fully closed smooth. The misalignment made it stubborn. Whatever was out there tugged once. The mechanism protested, but held. Another tug, harder, produced a more solid thunk, but no reward. He gave up on the back and started along the passenger side. I could tell where he was by the shift in sound and by the way my own body reacted. As he neared the middle of the Jeep, the thin fabric of the soft door beside me became the only thing separating my ribs from his. The passenger handle jiggled. This time, I could see it in the gap between my arm and face, a slight twitch of the lock post, the shadow of the handle tilting. His hand only inches away. On the other side of the glass, lifted and pushed, as if he were trying to remember how doors worked. Each attempt made a tiny metallic clink, a little rattle of mechanisms that were never designed to withstand actual intent. There was a sound that went with his touch, not just the metal-on-metal reality of hinge and latch, but something wet. Every time he shifted his grip, there was a soft, obscene peel, like raw chicken being lifted off a cutting board, flesh that had half adhered to metal unsticking and resticking. That sound hit me in places my anatomy textbooks had never prepared me for. I felt it in the backs of my teeth, in the shallow of my spine. The wind had completely stopped. That was when I realized how much I had come to rely on it. When it blew, even weakly, it gave everything else context. It moved the trees, made the bones sway, filled the gaps between my own breaths. Without it, the world around the Jeep felt like it had been put under glass, sealed. In that sealed world, the bone chimes were still. No gentle clacks from the tree line, no whisper of skull on skull. They hung in my mind, frozen in whatever positions the last breath of air had left them, but every so often, slicing through the silence from back there. I heard a single, solitary knock, not a jingle of several bones brushing against each other, not the random contact of wind-tossed things, one concise, intentional-sounding tap, clock, like something taking a finger or what passed for one and striking a single skull. Once. The spacing between those taps was wrong for anything natural, too far apart to be random, too close to be forgotten. Each one came just when the quiet had stretched to painful, punctuating it, reminding me that whatever hung in that clearing was not dormant. It was watching, too, in its own way, counting, inside the Jeep. The sounds I could control were humiliatingly loud, the tiny creak of vinyl as my muscles trembled against the seat, the whisper of fabric when I shifted my arm a fraction of an inch to keep my hand from going numb, the soft, involuntary squeak in my throat when my heart pounded too hard. I tried not to swallow, because the click in my neck felt like gunfire. Another rattle at the passenger handle. The glass hummed a little in its seal as he tested it. I could feel his presence more than see it, a shadow darker than the night leaning close. The temperature on that side of the Jeep seeming to dip a couple of degrees. He moved again. There was a dragging sound along the edge of the soft top where it met the windshield frame. Something rough skated over the rubber seal, catching, slipping, catching. The image slammed into my mind uninvited his hand. Reaching up, fingers fumbling for purchase above me, feeling the emptiness where a roof should be. Cold sweat rolled down between my shoulder blades. I pressed myself flatter, trying to make my spine merge with the seat. The urge to cover my head with my arms like a kid in a tornado drill was almost unbearable. The footsteps shifted toward the driver's side again. This time, they came closer to the front. I could hear gravel grinding nearly under my ear. I shut my eyes, as if that would make me less visible. My world shrank to the stale air in the Jeep. The faint, plasticky smell of the steering wheel inches from my face. The relentless tick of the hazards. Tick, tick, tick. Then, inches away on the other side of the door, something exhaled. It was not the long, drawn-out hiss I had heard when he breathed through his ruined throat outside the window. This was shorter, closer, more focused, a gust of air forced through shredded passage, right at the level of my head. I could hear the moisture in it, the way it hit the inside of the door panel and glass with a faint, damp patter. I kept my mouth shut, teeth clenched so hard my jaw ached. My breath burned in my chest, lungs screaming for a fuller draw. It felt like if I inhaled too sharply, it would pull his smell in through the cracks and shove it down into me. And something about that idea broke past ordinary fear into a kind of animal revulsion. It went quiet. Not the good kind of quiet. The expectant kind. The kind that has something sitting right next to it, waiting. The hazards ticked. My heart hammered. Somewhere, back in the trees. One of the skulls spoke again. Cloxy. He answered it at the same time I did, in that sudden stillness, right beside my ear. A sound crawled out of the night that I will never be convinced was entirely in my head. No matter how much I try to rationalize it, it started as breath, another forced exhale through damaged tissue. But the shape of it changed as it squeezed its way through his torn throat, catching on edges, vibrating in wet hollows. It picked up a pattern, a cadence, something almost like consonants dragged over broken glass. A word tried to form. Oh, in the first syllable scraped out in a dry growl. Barely more than a puff of sound. It vibrated through the door and into my skull. The second part seemed to hitch, stumble on ruined muscle, then force its way free in a thin, ragged hiss that made the hairs on my arms stand up. Up. Open up. It did not sound like human speech. It sounded like some awful parody of it. Like someone running air through a flute that had been shattered and glued back together wrong. Each fragment of the phrase was warped, off-key, more suggestion than language. If you played it back, clinically, maybe you could argue it was just random wheezing, air through a collapsed larynx, nothing more. But my brain did not process it that way. It rolled those sounds together, filled in the gaps with every nightmare about locked doors I had ever had, and handed me a clear message. Open up. I bit down so hard on my tongue I tasted blood. The pain anchored me. No. No. It came again. Softer, as if trying the shape of the words on for size. Op. N. There was a wet click at the end, like something inside that ruined chest cavity trying to move and failing. His palm brushed the door, just above the latch, leaving a faint, slick trail on the inside of the thin metal where it flexed under the pressure. Every survival instinct in me screamed in disharmony. One part wanted to bolt upright and run, to fling the door open and sprint down the highway screaming until my lungs tore. Another part wanted to curl into a ball and disappear completely. A small, treacherous corner whispered that maybe if I did open up, if I obeyed, if I stopped being a problem, whatever he was might stop pushing. But underneath all of that was something colder. I work in a hospital. I have stood close to the freshly dead. I have watched families say goodbye to bodies that used to be people. I have touched skin that was cooling and watched the last twitches of muscles misfiring. Dead men do not ask to be let in, whatever this was. It was not a gesture for my benefit. It felt more like a reflex, a leftover fragment of behavior from a life that used to revolve around doors and trucks and stepping up into cabs. His body remembered reaching for handles and saying those words, even if his lungs and mouth were no longer equipped to do it right. That made it worse. He was outside my door, hand on metal, throat trying to form a petition his ruined body could no longer deliver. And I was under an open sky with nothing but thin locks and bad upholstery between us. The hazards ticked on, indifferent. Tick, tick, tick. Back at the tree line, as if on cue, the bone chime answered with a single, distant knock. Clocks. The conversation going on out there, between shattered throat and dead bone, had nothing to do with me. I was just stuck in the middle of it, pressed flat in a Jeep that no longer went anywhere, waiting to see which of them remembered I was here first. 4.2. The grab time got weird after that almost word scraped out of his throat. I lay there in the driver's seat, curled and rigid at the same time, waiting for something obvious to happen. A slam on the glass, a hand through the open roof, the sound of the door tearing off its hinges. Anything. Instead, nothing happened. The footsteps stopped. The rattling at the handle stopped. The wet breath by the door stopped. The only sounds left were the Jeep's idiot heartbeat and my own. Tick, tick, tick. My heart hammered between those ticks like it was trying to squeeze extra beats into the spaces. There is a specific kind of fear that comes when you know something terrible is going to happen, but you don't know when. It is worse than the thing itself, at least for a while. Your mind starts writing scenarios on every surface, filling in the uncertainty with increasingly awful possibilities. I knew, with an animal certainty that bypassed logic, that his hand was going to come from above. The open top of the Jeep was a black, rectangular nothing over my head. It was all I could think about. I could feel it like an open wound, like the edge of a cliff right behind me. Every nerve in my back braced for the weight of fingers closing on my shoulders or hair. I tried not to look up. If I stayed low enough, I told myself. If I pressed my body flat enough into the seat, maybe he would not be able to reach. Maybe the angle would be wrong. The geometry of the Jeep working in my favor for once. So I glued my gaze to the side, to that little slit of world between my forearm and the vinyl. The passenger window showed me the smeared palm print drying on the glass. In the faint, repeating flash of the hazards, the streak of mud and blood looked like it was moving, even though it was not. The print seemed to breathe, swelling and shrinking in the corner of my vision, my brain trying to find motion where there was none. Outside of that, there was just darkness. No more shifting shadows. No outline leaning in. Just the look of a scene after something has exited an emptiness that still hums with what was there. He could have been standing right against the side of the Jeep, just out of my line of sight. and I would not have known. Or he could have been on the hood, or the back bumper, or on the roll bar above me. The longer the silence went on, the more I became aware of everything inside the Jeep that made even the softest noise. The faint plastic crackle of the empty coffee cup as my elbow brushed it. The whisper of my hoodie fabric whenever my chest moved a millimeter. The tiny, dry stick slip of vinyl as sweat glued my shirt to the seat and then let go in patches. I tried to slow my breathing, if he was listening for me. Maybe he could hear the fast rush of air in and out of my nose. Maybe he could track it like a dog tracks a wounded animal. Inhale, hold. Exhale as slowly as my lungs would allow. Tick, tick, tick. I lost track of how long I lay like that, measuring time in hazard clicks and heartbeats. Maybe it was 30 seconds. Maybe it was 5 minutes. It stretched, elastic and cruel. At some point in that stretch, another sound came from far away, or maybe just from the back of my skull. Kuelak. One of the skulls on the bone chime registered something. A single knock, distant and hollow, moved through the air like a drop in still water. It did not comfort me. It felt like punctuation. I realized with a kind of dull clarity that if he was smart or whatever, passed for smart, inside that ruined brain, he would be doing exactly what he was doing now. Not pounding, not shrieking, not making a spectacle. Just waiting. Standing where I could not see him. Letting my nerves wear themselves thin. I had almost convinced myself nothing else was going to happen, that maybe this was it. This horrible stalemate. Waiting for AAA with a corpse thing loitering outside like a bored security guard when it did. There was no warning sound, no creak on metal, no shift of weight on the gravel. The hand just arrived. It came down from directly above, stabbing through the empty space where a roof should have been. 1 second. All I saw in the top corner of my vision was the black rectangle of sky and the faint outline of the roll bar. The next, something pale gray and wrong dropped into view. Fingers splayed and latched onto my back. The sensation was so sudden and so total that my body did not register it as touch at first. It registered it as impact. The fingers clamped into my hoodie between my shoulder blades, grabbing a fistful of fabric and skin in one go. I felt the fabric stretch, then tighten, then bite into me as his grip yanked it taut. The cold went straight through the cloth. His hand was impossibly cold. Not the simple chill of someone who has been standing outside, but the deep, meat-level cold of something that has been in the ground or in water a long time. It was the cold from the hospital freezer. The kind you feel when you pick up a metal tray that has been sitting in there for hours. But it was also wet. Not soaked, exactly. Not dripping, just coated in a thin layer of something that made the contact slick and horrible. It felt thick, tacky, halfway between water and oil when his fingers flexed. I could feel that dampness press through the hoodie, spreading. The sensation was obscene, like somebody smearing the inside of an animal against my spine. A smell came with it, sharp and immediate rot and gasoline and that cloying, sweet tang of decayed fat. His fingers were stronger than they had any right to be, given the state of the rest of him. They bunched the fabric so hard that I felt the threads strain and crackle. His thumb dug in somewhere near my left shoulder blade. The pressure a distinct point in the general grab, where his nails or what was left of them scraped against me. There was a second, more focused pain. The torn edges of his nails, jagged and dirty, slid over my back in little lines. One caught directly over my spine, dragging hard enough that a hot, sharp sting cut through the cold. It was not a deep wound, but it felt like being scratched with a piece of broken glass. I screamed. The sound ripped out of me reflexively, a ragged shout that bounced off the interior of the Jeep and seemed to go nowhere. It tore my throat raw in an instant, but I could not stop it. The scream dragged air in and out, making my chest heave, which made his grip on my shirt pull tighter, which made the pain worse. The seat under me creaked, vinyl complaining as my body jerked. The steering column rattled when my knee slammed against it. The hazard relay under the dash did not care. Tick, tick, tick. He pulled. The force of it almost folded me in half. My torso lifted off the seat, the hoodie tightening across my chest like a harness. My hips and legs stayed pinned by gravity and the awkward angle of the wheel well, but my upper body was dragged backward and up toward the open roof. For an instant, my weight balanced on my lower ribs. My head swung forward, almost cracking into the underside of the steering wheel. The world snapped into a weird, tilted perspective dash too close. Pedals at a strange angle. Sky skewed in the corner of my vision. My spine protested with a series of quick, bright flares of pain, not quite snapping but complaining loudly. Above me, I heard another sound of strain, not from me, but from him. It came from somewhere near the roofline, a sharp, dry series of pops and grinds, like wood being bent past its limit or branches twisting under too much weight. Rrrk. In my mind, I saw his already destroyed body trying to leverage itself on the roll bar, shoulder joints protesting as tendons threatened to tear free from weakened bone. Whatever animated him was willing to burn through the last structural integrity he had left if it meant getting me out of the Jeep. He jerked again. The second yank lifted me higher, my shoulder blades leaving the seat completely. My head snapped back as the line of force shifted, my neck muscles straining to keep it from whipping all the way. My chin pointed up toward the empty frame of the roof. My stupid survival instinct had told me not to look up. Now I had no choice. As my face turned, my eyes, wide and panicked, landed on the gap above for a fraction of a second, long enough to burn in forever. Not long enough to prepare, I saw him. He was leaning over the Jeep, torso sprawled across the roll bar, one arm hooked over to grab me. From below, his head looked wrong, the angle of his neck more brutal than any chiropractor's nightmare. The skin along the side was stretched and torn, revealing glimpses of tendon and spine. One of his eyes bulged more than the other, the pressure of his awkward position pushing it forward. It looked like it was trying to crawl out of the socket. The cloudy surface distended. A thin tear had opened at the inner corner, and something dark and gelatinous leaked slowly out, tracking down over his cheek. His mouth hung open wider than before, lower jaw sagging on ligaments that looked too thin to hold it. The ripped corners of his lips were stretched, threads of broken flesh connecting upper and lower in a few places like cobwebs. From this close, his breath was a physical thing. When he exhaled, the wet, bubbling hiss rolled over my face in a humid wave, carrying the smell of the inside of his chest stale, hot rot and chemical slickness, as if he had been breathing in gas fumes for months and now was returning them. His ribs creaked with the effort. Tack. But it was not just him up there. Beyond his contorted head, beyond the arc of the roll bar and the edge of the Jeep's frame, the trees loomed, their crowns knitted together into a solid sheet of shadow. At first, that was all I saw, the amorphous dark of the forest. Then my eyes adjusted a hair, The hazard flashes, reflecting off the windshield and throwing thin pulses of orange up onto the overhanging branches, painted the spaces between trunks in quick strokes. For one of those strokes, the shadow resolved. They were not trees, not all of them. Anyway, behind him, further back at the edge of the sky's visibility, stood shapes. They were lined up between the trunks like spectators between columns. Vertical forms darker than the rest of the night. They had the height and width of people, shoulders and heads suggested in their silhouettes, but no detail, no faces, no colors, no edges singled out by the light. Just outlines, dozens of them, maybe more. It was impossible to count in that single strobe. When the hazard blinked again, they were still there, or my brain filled them in as still there, which feels the same to fear. A crowd, a silent, motionless crowd of figures standing among the trees, watching him lean over the Jeep, watching him drag me up, watching the way his fingers dug into my back and the way my legs kicked uselessly on the seat. The realization landed somewhere below language: we are not alone. He was not just some stray horror that had crawled out of the woods independent of everything else. He had an audience, a congregation, a ring of witnesses rooted in the tree line like a second forest. For a second, the terror of his hand on my back was eclipsed by something larger and colder, this sense that the whole stretch of woods was complicit, that the thing pulling at my spine was just the front man for something bigger that watched from the dark and waited for the show. Another jerk. Pain shot down from between my shoulder blades as the fabric of my hoodie dug in deeper. My fingers, scrabbling instinctively for purchase, found the underside of the steering wheel and locked there. Knuckles whitening, my boots shoved against the floor, legs driving down hard, turning my body into a human tug-of-war rope between the seat and the thing on the roof. My shoulders burned. Something in my neck spasmed. My back screamed like someone had threaded a live wire along my spine. Above me, his joints popped again, louder this time. Crack. I could almost imagine bones grinding, ligaments snapping, his entire structure protesting the torque. It should have stopped him. It should have meant failure, broken parts, collapse. But whatever was inside him did not care about damage. It cared about direction, up, out, into the night and away from the thin, metal-lined safety I had left too late. My vision blurred at the edges, not from lack of oxygen, not yet, but from the sheer overload of what I was seeing and feeling his face inches from mine. The silhouettes beyond. The sense of the forest leaning in. The hazard relay ticked on, idiotically calm. Tick, tick, tick. And for the first time since the Jeep had died, since I had seen the skull on the stump, since the man with the ruined chest had stepped into my flashlight beam, I understood that this was not just about one dead trucker at mile marker 143. I was not being hunted by a single thing. I was being grabbed by one set of hands while an entire stretch of woods watched to see if he could finish what the highway had started. 4.3, saved by headlights. I do not know if I blacked out for a second or if my brain just stopped recording cleanly. I remember the pain in my back, the way my shoulders screamed as he hauled me up, the sickening angle of my neck as my head was pulled toward the empty roof. I remember his breath rolling over my face, hot and rotten. I remember those silhouettes in the tree line, a whole crowd of them, watching. And then the world exploded in white. Light blasted into the Jeep from behind, so bright and sudden it felt like someone had opened a second sun over my shoulder. It flooded the cabin, wiping out all the hard edges of shadow. Every surface went from gray to glaring in an instant: the dashboard, the cracked vinyl. My own hands clawed around the steering wheel. At the same time, a low, heavy roar rolled over the sounds of my own panic. A diesel engine, close and climbing, gears whining as it slowed. Gravel and loose stones spat against the underside of the Jeep in a hail, kicked up by tires coming in too fast for comfort. Somewhere very near, brakes screamed. The hand on my back let go. The release was so abrupt, my body did not know what to do with it. 1 second I was a rope in a tug of war, my torso suspended between roof and seat, every muscle stretched tight. The next, all that tension snapped. I dropped. My shoulders slammed into the seat first. Then the rest of me followed, spine thudding against the vinyl. My head whipped back hard enough that the base of my skull cracked into the headrest. For a half second, there was nothing but a burst of white behind my eyes and a loud, hollow thump inside my own skull. The world reassembled in shards. The cabin was still full of light, harsh, cold, bluish white, pouring in through the back window and over the roll bars. It threw my shadow across the dash and the inner surface of the windshield in a sick, elongated smear. Outside, the diesel engine rattled down into a deep idle. A mechanical whine died away. Something metallic clinked as weight shifted. The hazard relay under the dash kept up its stupid, dogged rhythm. Tick, 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 for a breath. I lay there, blinking at nothing, waiting for the hand to come back, waiting for fingers to hook into my shirt again and finish the job. Nothing touched me. The only thing I felt on my back now was the damp, cooling patch where his grip had been, and the angry throb of fresh scratches. Hey, the shout came from outside, close and human and alive in a way that hit me like oxygen. Deep, rough, a little breathless. "You all right in there?" My brain snapped into gear. I rolled onto my side clumsily, my muscles shaking, and grabbed at the door handle. It took me 2 tries to get a grip on it. My fingers were slick with sweat. When it finally gave, the door swung outward into a wall of white. The headlights from the truck parked at an angle behind me punched straight into my pupils. I threw an arm up to shield my face, squinting. All I could see were shapes burned into the glare, 2 huge circles of light. The squared outline of a hood, the squared-off shadow of a cab. I half stumbled, half fell out of the Jeep, boots slipping on the gravel. My legs did not seem interested in coordinating with each other. They wanted to fold and run at the same time. Behind the blinding beams, a boxy shape resolved into something like sense. A truck, painted a tired yellow, with the familiar red and blue AAA logo stenciled on the door. Amber beacon lights on the roof strobed in a slow, hypnotic pattern, throwing pulses of color across the trees and the underside of the low clouds. A man came around the front of it, ducking into his own headlights. He was in his 40s, maybe, with a thick middle that pushed against the reflective vest strapped over his stained work shirt. Stubble darkened his jaw and the hollows of his cheeks. The kind of perpetual, almost beard you get when you live on coffee and 2 call-outs. His hair stuck out from under a grimy ball cap in wiry tufts. He held a flashlight in one hand, a heavy, well-used thing that looked like it had doubled as a hammer more than once. The beam swung ahead of him, cutting through his own headlights and slicing over me. For a second, our eyes met. Whatever he had been expecting, a sleepy guy in a stalled car. Maybe someone sheepishly apologizing for running out of gas, this was not it. Jesus. he said softly. "You look like hell, kid." I realized then how I must have appeared, sweat plastering my hair to my forehead, eyes blown wide, hoodie twisted and pulled up in the back. There was a dark smear across my chest and stomach where whatever was on his hand had soaked through. My breathing was still ragged, bordering on frantic. I opened my mouth and something between a laugh and a sob came out. You I asked, as if the truck and the logo and the vest might be some elaborate hallucination. He nodded slowly, scanning me up and down like he was checking for obvious bullet holes. "Yeah," he said. "Name's Rick. Got a call from dispatch. Ran out of gas on 91. That you?" "Yeah," I said, the word coming out on a shaky exhale. "Yeah, that's me." He stepped closer, angling the flashlight past me into the Jeep. The beam climbed over the open door, swept across the passenger seat, the floor mats, the dash. When it hit the back of the driver's seat, he stopped. "Hold up," he murmured, on the seat back, right where my shoulders had been pressed. A long, wet streak glistened in the harsh LED light. It was a muddy, dark brown, still damp enough to shine. It started high near the headrest and dragged down in a wide, irregular smear. Rick leaned in, squinting. "You get hurt?" he asked, glancing at my face, then my hands. "You bleeding?" I looked down at myself, patting my sides, my arms, trying to register pain that matched the color. My back burned where the nails had dug in, but I did not think it was deep enough to paint the seat the way I was seeing. I don't think so," I said, voice thin. I didn't. He reached out with 2 fingers and touched the edge of the streak, then rubbed them together thoughtfully. "Still wet," he said. The flashlight caught the shine on his skin. "Not all yours." Then, My stomach lurched. He said it casually, but there was a note under it. Something like recognition he did not want to admit to. He wiped his fingers on a rag tucked into his belt, then craned his neck, looking up. "Thought you said you ran out of gas," he added. "You hit something too," I followed his gaze. The roll bar framed a rectangle of sky. Between it and the top of the windshield was the open space where his arm had come through. Now it was just dark. Rick stepped back, angling his flashlight up along the bars. The beam traced the metal, picking out minor scratches in the paint where years of loading and unloading had left their mark. "There," he said, more to himself than to me. A couple of faint, fresh-looking scuffs near the top edge of the windshield frame caught the light a few lines where dust had been disturbed. A thin smear in the greasy film that collects on exposed metal. No clear handprints. No dripping trail. Just enough to say something had been up there. He didn't linger on it. Instead, he huffed out a breath and gestured loosely toward the front of the Jeep. "Let's get you some gas," he said. "You can tell me what the hell happened while we do it, if you want. Or not. Up to you." We walked around to the back, my legs unsteady, his steps solid and familiar on the gravel. Every noise he made felt reassuring, the clink of tools, the jingle of keys, the squeak of the gas can handle. Normal human sounds layered over the night's earlier soundtrack. His truck idled behind us, engine rumbling, amber beacons slowly spinning. The harsh glare of his headlights washed the highway shoulder in sterile, artificial daylight. Anything that wanted to hide had to go deeper into the trees. He popped the gas cap, metal scraping metal, and wedged the nozzle of the can into the opening. The smell of gasoline hit hard and fast, sharp and chemical, overlaying everything else. As he tipped the can, the liquid glugged out in uneven surges. The sound was almost comforting in its mundanity. He muttered something under his breath then. At first I thought he was counting or swearing about the weight of the can. It was only when I caught a couple of words that my brain snapped to attention. Not again. Not on this stretch. My head jerked up. What I said. My voice cracked on the single syllable. He didn't answer right away. His jaw clenched, the muscles in his cheek jumping. He kept his eyes on the gas cap, watching the flow, as if the liquid needed supervision. Nothing, he said after a beat. Just talking to myself. The lie sat there, obvious and heavy in the air between us. You've been out here before, I said. It was not a question. He sighed through his nose, a tired sound. The gas can gurgled as the last of the fuel sloshed into the tank. He gave it a little shake, then pulled it back and set it down with a hollow plastic thump. Couple years back, he said. Finally, maybe 3. Dispatch sent me out around this mile marker. Late night, like this. Driver reported trouble, then the call dropped. He wiped his hands on his rag again, slower this time. When I got here, he continued, there was a pickup on the shoulder, or what was left of it. He glanced at me, saw whatever was on my face, and looked away again. Front end smashed to hell, like it had hit something big at speed. Hood crumpled halfway up the windshield. Airbags out, driver's door open, no one inside. He crouched, ostensibly to screw the cap back on, but the way his shoulders rounded made him seem smaller. Whole lot of blood, he said quietly. On the wheel, on the seat, on the glass, and a trail. My mouth had gone dry again. A trail, I asked. He nodded once, down the slope, across the gravel, into the trees. He jerked his chin toward the exact section of guardrail I had climbed over. Looked like something or someone got dragged. Long way, too. I followed it until I hit the tree line. He hesitated. Kept going until I decided I get paid $15 an hour. And there's a line in the sand somewhere. Did you call the police, I asked? Even though I already knew the answer. There was no way you just drove away from something like that. Of course I called, he said, a little sharper. State boys came out, looked around, took statements, told me to go back to work. He straightened up, gas cap secure, and picked up the empty can. Couple weeks later, I heard a piece on the news about a missing trucker from out of state. Folks at the yard said they thought it was the guy from my call-out. Can't say for sure. I don't watch that stuff much. He cleared his throat, like he was trying to dislodge something from it that had been sitting there for years. Anyway, he said, tone shifting, walls coming back up. Point is, this stretch is bad luck. You're not the first stalled car I've had out here. Don't care to see another. He stepped around me, heading back toward the driver's side door of the Jeep. Get in, he said over his shoulder. Start it up, make sure she'll run. Then you pull out and stick right on my bumper until we hit some actual lights. I moved on autopilot, my hands finding the familiar shapes of door handle and steering wheel. The engine turned over, coughed once, then caught. It sounded normal, maddeningly normal, as if it had not just been a dead thing on a road where other dead things walked. Rick leaned in the open door, one hand on the frame. Listen, he said, dropping his voice. The beacon lights on his truck strobed across his face, carving deep shadows under his eyes. "You follow me out of here, all the way into town. If you get tired, you can nap in a Walmart lot or someplace with cameras, but you do not stop again on this highway tonight." He held my gaze for a second, making sure I was hearing him. "And if you see anybody on the side of the road waving you down," he shrugged one shoulder, "call it in from somewhere else. Don't stop for anything." He said it like a man who had learned that lesson the hard way, or seen someone else fail to. Out beyond his shoulder, past the glare of his truck's lights and my resurrected headlights, the tree line loomed. In the gap between two trunks, I thought I saw something pale swing once. Gently. Clack. Just the bones, I told myself. Just the wind finally coming back. I put the Jeep in gear and nodded. "Yeah," I said. "I won't." 5. 1. The town and the report. If you had told me the drive from the Skull Tree to town was only 15 minutes, I would have believed you. If you had told me it was 3 hours, I would have believed that too. Time went rubbery again once we left that stretch of highway behind. I tucked the Jeep in tight behind Rick's truck, so close I could count the scratches on his rear bumper. His beacon lights stayed on as we drove, rotating slow halos of amber across the trees and the dark ribbon of asphalt. My own headlights painted the back of his rig, flattening it into a two-dimensional wall of yellow and metal. The forest on either side of us looked the same as before black trunks. Darker shadows, but something about it had shifted, where it had felt like a solid wall before. Now it felt like a crowd turned away, all eyes on our little two-vehicle procession as we trundled past. I kept looking in the rearview mirror. I could not help it. I checked it every few seconds, expecting to see a shape materializing in the back seat. Some gray, dripping thing sitting upright behind me, shoulders hunched, cloudy eyes fixed on the back of my head. Instead, all I got was myself pale, wide-eyed, hollow. The cabin smelled like gasoline now, sharp and familiar enough to push the rot smell back a layer. The damp patch on my back had mostly chilled. Every slight shift of my shoulders sent little stings through the scratches there. A constant reminder that it had happened. That I had not dreamed it on some ER break room couch. We passed one more green mile marker, 145, then 146. The numbers meant something different now. Landmarks in someone else's unfinished story. Gradually, the darkness loosened. Ahead, a faint orange haze grew on the horizon, bleeding into the low clouds. Roadside reflectors started appearing more often. A sign flashed by announcing an exit. The white letters telling us that some place with an unremarkable name was half a mile ahead. Rick's truck took the off-ramp without signaling. I followed, my hands clamped on the wheel. The ramp curved down and spat us onto a smaller road, one lined with telephone poles and the occasional dim porch light. Houses appeared, hunched and quiet, each with a halo of sodium yellow on their front lawns. A gas station sat on the corner, closed but still lit up, the pumps glowing like dormant machines. We rolled into a town that was barely big enough to deserve the word. A couple of low storefronts, hardware, laundromat, a little grocery with hand-painted signs in the window sat shoulder to shoulder along a short Maine drag. A diner squatted on the corner, chrome and glass dulled by time, its neon sign buzzing weakly inside. I could see maybe 3 people at the counter, hunched over plates and coffee, faces turned toward the TV in the corner. Rick led us past all of that, deeper into the bowels of the town, to a squat brick building with a small parking lot out front and a flag moving lazily on a pole. The sign out front read, "Town of Police Department," in reflective vinyl that caught his beacons and glittered. He pulled into the lot. I swung in behind him, tires crunching over a thin layer of gravel dust. When I killed the Jeep's engine, the sudden quiet made my ears ring. The only noise left was the distant hum of the diner's ventilation fans and the faint buzz of a streetlight starting to cycle. Rick hopped down from his truck with the kind of bone-deep weariness you only get from years of being called out at stupid hours. He walked over to my window and tapped lightly. "You should go in," he said. When I rolled it down halfway, "At least tell him about the bones, skull, whatever you saw back there." I hesitated. Whatever energy had gotten me off the highway and into town was leaking out fast, spilling into my shoes. "They're not going to believe me," I said. It was out before I could stop it. He huffed, a sound that might have been a laugh if there had been any humor in it. "Doesn't matter," he said. "They cannot believe you on the record. Different than nobody ever hearing it. You saw a human skull. That part ain't up for debate." Right, I thought of the overlapping teeth, the way the jaw hung open, the smell. "No," I said. "That part is pretty solid." He nodded toward the glass double doors. "Then go tell it to somebody whose job it is," he said. "And maybe call your folks so they don't think you died in a ditch." The idea of talking to my parents, of explaining any version of this night, made my throat close up. "One thing at a time," I muttered. Inside. The station lobby was about what you would expect from a small-town Vermont police department at 2 a.m. A couple of gray plastic chairs lined one wall, their metal legs squeaking faintly against the linoleum as I brushed past them. A vending machine hummed in the corner, its coils of stale snacks lit by a flickering fluorescent strip. The air smelled faintly of coffee that had been burned hours ago and never thrown out. On one wall, a bulletin board sagged under the weight of paper. Lost dogs, church suppers, a flyer for a blood drive scheduled 3 months ago. And in the center, at eye level, a cluster of missing person posters. I didn't have to look hard to find him. There he was, smiling stiffly from the middle of the cluster. The trucker, reflective vest bright, hat tilted back, same crooked teeth. The photocopy had softened the details, but I knew the shape of that front row overlap well enough now to fill in the gaps. My stomach did a slow, ugly turn. The front desk was a counter that looked like it had started life as a bank teller line and been demoted. Behind it sat a woman in uniform, mid-50s, hair pulled back in a no-nonsense bun. She was flipping through some paperwork when I approached. She glanced up, eyes scanning me quickly the same way Rick's had, taking in the sweat, the dirt, the stained hoodie. "Help you?" she asked. Her voice was steady, but there was a tiny lift of her eyebrows that said, "This should be good." I need to report something," I said. My own voice sounded thin in the quiet room. "On the highway. Out on 91. Her gaze flicked briefly past my shoulder, toward the AAA truck idling outside. Then back. "You the guy they just called in about?" she asked. "Ran out of gas, yeah," I said. "But that's not the part I'm here about." Her mouth tightened slightly, but she slid a clipboard across the counter anyway. "Have a seat," she said. "Fill this out. Officer on duty'll be with you in a minute." The form was the usual name, address, phone, occupation. I printed RN in the blank for employment, with a hand that would not stop shaking. Under reason for report. I hesitated, pen hovering. What was the right summary for tonight? Found possible human remains. I wrote finally. It looked small and stupid on the line. True, though. A door buzzed open at the side of the lobby, and a man in a uniform shirt and duty belt stepped through. He looked like he could have been any age between 30 and 45, the kind of tired that smooths out details. His hair was thinning at the temples, his eyes ringed with the same kind of work hours bluish bruises I saw on my co-workers. He glanced at the clipboard, then at me. Mr. He checked the form. Carter, I'm Officer Holloway. You want to come on back? We'll talk. I followed him through the door into a hallway that smelled like industrial cleaner and microwave dinners. He led me into a small interview room, 1 table, 3 chairs, a camera bubble in the corner. The cliché of it would have been funny on a different night. He gestured for me to sit and took the chair opposite, flipping open a small notebook. All right, he said. Why don't you start at the top? Tell me what happened tonight. I took a breath and started with the part that sounded the least insane. I was driving from Maine to New York. I said, night shift nurse. I'd just gotten off at 12. I ran out of gas on 91 around mile 143. I think OAA came out, guy named Rick. But while I was waiting, the words started to snag on the images. Skull on a stump, teeth overlapping, breath fogging glass, a hand dropping down from the roof. I pressed my palms flat on the table to keep them from shaking. I saw something in the woods. I said, "You've got a missing trucker posted in your lobby. I think I found his skull." That got his attention. His posture shifted a little, shoulders tightening. "You're sure it was human?" "Yes," I said. "That part, at least, I could speak to with authority. I work in ER. I know what a human skull looks like." He scribbled something in his notebook. Where exactly I described the mile marker, the guardrail, the way the ground sloped down to the tree line, the stump, the hanging line of animal skulls, the way they were threaded on wire. He kept writing. When I mentioned the bones hanging like a chime, his brow creased, but he didn't interrupt. "And under that," I said, "on the stump, there was a human skull, mostly clean, no jaw dislocation, cracked frontal bone, partial missing section at the temple, and the teeth." I hesitated. "Yeah," he prompted. "The front 2 on the top row," I said slowly. "They overlap, just a little. The right one overlaps the left. Just like on the missing poster out there." I watched his face. For a moment, something moved behind his eyes, a flicker, like a muscle jumping in the dark. His pen paused. His gaze slipped, just briefly, past my shoulder, toward the hallway, and, by implication, toward the lobby. Then his expression smoothed. "Could be a coincidence," he said, tone mild. He started writing again. "Dental stuff. We leave to the medical examiner. It's not just the skull." I said. The words were starting to tumble now, crowding each other. There was more. A line of something. On a tree. Dried blood. Animal fur. A fingernail stuck in it, like somebody got dragged up the trunk. And then there was the man. His pen slowed, but he did not stop this time. What man? I swallowed. This was where the story veered off the rails, where my credibility would go to die. "The trucker," I said, or something that looked like him. He was in the trees, moving, breathing. He followed me back to my Jeep, put his hand on the window, on my back. I lifted a little in my chair. wincing as my hoodie pulled across the scratches. "If you look at the seat," I said, "there's still something there. I don't think it's all mine." He regarded me for a long moment. "You said you just came off a 12-hour shift," he said slowly. "Overnight, yeah. Been up how long total? I did the math. Or tried to. 20? Maybe 22 hours? He nodded, as if I'd confirmed something on a checklist. "You work in a hospital," he said. "ER. You said you see a lot of intense stuff." "Yes," I said cautiously. "Trauma," he prompted. "Accidents, bodies, yes," I repeated. He flipped back a page in his notes, glanced at something he'd written, then looked back at me. "You ever been evaluated for sleep deprivation?" he asked. "Hallucinations are not uncommon when people are exhausted, especially if they've been under stress, exposed to graphic situations." There it was, the slide from concern into the careful, condescending tone reserved for stories about aliens and ghosts and government conspiracies. "I know what I saw," I said. "It came out sharper than I intended." "I'm not saying you didn't see something," he replied, palms up in a placating gesture. "You're telling me you found what you believe to be a human skull in the woods. We take that seriously. We have procedures." He tapped his pen on the table. "But you also told me you've been awake almost a full day." He continued. "You were alone, in the dark, after a long shift, miles from anywhere. Brains fill in gaps, especially brains that are used to seeing bodies." I wanted to argue, to tell him about the details. "You don't hallucinate the exact angle of teeth, the feel of cold, wet fingers, the way my shirt had tightened." But even as I opened my mouth, I heard how it would sound in a typed report. He looked at me for a long second, then let out a slow breath. "Look," he said. "We'll send somebody out in the morning to check the area you described. If there's a skull, we'll find it. We'll contact the state police, the ME. That's the part we can put in writing." He flipped his notebook closed. "As for the rest," he said, "the walking man, the hand on your back, I'm going to chalk that up to exhaustion for now. That okay with you?" "No." I wanted to say, "No. It is not okay that I am the only one in this room who seems bothered by the fact that your missing guy might still be out there, half in pieces and still moving." Instead, I watched him reach for the incident form, and my eye caught the top line as he started writing. "Caller reports finding what he believes to be a human skull." That was what he chose to put down. Not skull-matching appearance of missing person on bulletin board. Not victim possibly associated with prior highway incident. Just a man off a night shift, tired and rattled, reporting what he believed. When I mentioned the teeth again, trying one last time to tie the loop, he hesitated with his pen for a heartbeat. His gaze flicked up past me toward the door, toward the lobby where that poster hung. For a second, the room felt full of that unspoken connection. Thick and heavy as smoke, he knows. Then he lowered his eyes and continued writing. "Found what he believes to be a human skull," he repeated aloud, as if hearing it would make it more official. No visual confirmation by law enforcement at this time. The overlap in those teeth, the way the dead man had smiled at me through bone and rot, evaporated from the record. The system, I realized, did not have a box for what had happened on that highway. So it was going to pretend the edges did not connect. 5.2. The realistic explanation. Holloway left me alone in the little interview room for a few minutes after that, under the humming fluorescent light and the blank stare of the camera bubble in the corner. Through the thin wall, I could hear bits of low conversation, a printer waking up, a phone ringing twice and getting picked up somewhere. A chair squeaked as somebody leaned back. I sat there with my hands flat on the table, staring at the faint, greasy ring left by someone else's coffee mug, and tried to convince myself that I'd done my part. I had told someone. I hadn't just driven away and pretended the bones weren't there. The door opened again. Holloway came back in holding a thin manila folder. It was battered at the edges, the kind of file that has been pulled and refiled enough times that the corners curl. A strip of ancient Scotch tape clung to the tab. He dropped into the chair opposite me and set the file on the table, keeping one hand on it like he was afraid it might get up and walk off. "We pulled an old report," he said, "from a few years back. I figured it might be relevant." He flipped it open. Inside were photocopied pages and a couple of grainy crime scene photos clipped to the top corner. The images were turned so they faced him, but even from my angle, I could make out the shapes. A pickup twisted around a tree, a shredded guardrail, a dark smear disappearing into the underbrush. "Hit and run on 91, he said. "Approximate location matches where you say you were tonight. Driver was a middle-aged male, long-haul trucker, passing through." He ran a finger down a line of text as he summarized, like he was reading from a script he knew by heart. "Vehicle found crashed on the shoulder. Significant blood loss in cab. Drag marks leading into the tree line. Partial remains recovered over a period of weeks. Animals had been at them. Medical examiner listed cause of death as blunt force trauma and exsanguination. Manner of death undetermined." He closed the file halfway, like shutting the lid on something unpleasant. "You're not wrong that there's been bad luck out there," he said. "And you're not wrong about there being bones in those woods. Skulls and bones out here." He shrugged one shoulder. "Sadly, not unusual. Hunters dump stuff. There are old crash sites all along that stretch. Animals do what animals do. I know what animals do," I said, louder than I intended. "I've seen car versus deer in my ER. I've seen what a semi can do to a compact. I've also seen dead bodies. They don't get up and walk around with their chests ripped open." He held up a calming hand, palm out. "I'm not saying you didn't see something," he said, "but we have a very realistic explanation on the books already. Truck crashes, driver gets hurt, maybe tries to get out, maybe gets thrown, bleeds out, animals drag parts off, bones show up in the woods. It's ugly, but it happens." I could feel my jaw clenching. "That realistic explanation," I said, nodding at the folder, "doesn't cover a human skull being strung up like a wind chime ornament. It doesn't cover a skull with the same teeth as your missing trucker sitting on a tree stump under a line of animal heads. Which is why we'll send someone to look." He said, "If there's a bone display out there, we'll find it. Could be some messed up hunter thing. Could be kids screwing around with old remains. People do weird stuff. People don't do that with a fingernail embedded in the bark where someone got dragged." I shot back. "You saw the scratches on my shirt? You saw the smear on the seat? You're really going to tell me that's all? What, me falling on something?" He sighed, like he had a quota of patience he was rapidly burning through. "You said there was... What was your wording?" He flipped his notebook open, scanned a line. "A line of dried blood and hair and something you think might have been a fingernail on a tree." "Yes." "Okay," he said. "Let's say we find that. We bag it, send it to the lab. Maybe it comes back as human. You know how old casework goes. Mr. Carter. It sits. It crawls. It does not jump back up out of the ground to finish the job. My hands curled into fists on the table. I'm telling you, I said, trying to keep my voice level. It wasn't just bones. I talked to him. He tried to talk to me. He followed me back to the Jeep. He put his hand on the window, on my back. He left something on that seat you're about to pretend is just mud or animal blood, from a very realistic standpoint. Holloway said, leaning back a little, "It's much more likely that you leaned against something out there without realizing it. You said yourself you were up close to the tree, inspecting what you thought was dried blood. You come back here, exhausted, adrenaline spiked, in a dark car with a broken gas gauge, no offense. But your mind's in a prime place to play tricks on you." He tapped the side of his head with the end of his pen. "You work around trauma all the time. You know what it does to people. I also know what shock feels like." I snapped. And this wasn't shock. This was fingers. This was nails scraping my spine. He looked at me for a long moment, then wrote something down in his notebook anyway. "Here's what we're going to do," he said. "We'll have a unit drive out to mile marker 143 after sunup. Check the tree line. See if there's any sign of a skull, any recent activity. We'll note it as part of the old hit-and-run file, if there's enough there. Maybe we'll kick it up to the state. That's what I can offer you on paper." And the walking man I asked. He gave a shallow, humorless smile. Officially, he said, "We don't have walking men. Unofficially, this is rural Vermont. We have transient folks, hunters, guys drunk in the woods who wander too close to the highway. We have bears that stand up on their hind legs and scare the crap out of people who aren't used to it. We have people who work night shifts for too long and start seeing things move in the corners. That's not what this was." He spread his hands. "You saw a man-shaped figure in the dark," he said. "It smelled bad. Maybe you brushed up against something dead and carried the smell with you. Maybe somebody was out there messing around, trying to spook you. Maybe, and I'm not saying this to insult you, maybe your brain, under stress and lack of sleep, filled in gaps it didn't like. Hallucination." He didn't say the word, but it sat there on the table between us like a fourth participant. I leaned back, suddenly tired all the way down to the marrow. "So that's it," I said. "That's the realistic explanation." He closed the file. The sound was a small, final thump. "The realistic explanation is that there was a serious accident out there a few years ago." He said, "We've got a file on it. We've got a body part of one. Anyway, the rest, animals probably took. Hunters use the area. People dump carcasses. Bones wind up in weird places. You happen to find one. And because of who you are and what you see on a daily basis, you recognized more detail than most would." He stood, tucking the file under his arm. "As for the rest," he added, nodding toward the door, "you're alive. You're in one piece. You've got a long drive ahead of you. My advice, get some coffee, maybe a nap, and don't drive alone at night when you've been up for 20 hours. That was the story they were going to tell themselves. Then. Not the man with the open chest and the breath that fogged glass. Not the hand pulling me toward the roof. Not the crowd of silhouettes in the tree line. Just tired nurse. Bad road. Old case. When I stepped back into the lobby, the fluorescent light out here felt somehow harsher than it had before. Rick was leaning against the far wall, a white styrofoam cup of coffee cradled in his big hand. He stared at the opposite wall with the intensity of someone watching paint dry on purpose. His gaze slid to me as the door clicked shut behind me, then dropped again. So he said, "They're sending someone out in the morning." I said, my voice sounded like it belonged to someone else. "They think I leaned on something gross." He snorted into his coffee. "Yeah," he said, "that tracks." We stood there in a silence broken only by the hum of the vending machine and the crackle of the ancient coffee maker on the counter behind the front desk. "They don't like hearing ghost stories about that stretch," he said finally, voice pitched low so it wouldn't carry. "Bad for tourism. Bad for budget. They like simple boxes. Crash goes in box. Missing person goes in box. Bones go in box. Ghost doesn't go in any box." I glanced toward the bulletin board. The posters pinned there fluttered slightly in the stale air, edges curling. A woman in a fleece jacket, missing since last winter. A teenager in a hoodie, a golden retriever, and, taped smack over the face of the trucker with the crooked teeth, a fresh sheet of paper. It was some kind of community notice neighborhood watch meeting rescheduled, or town hall about snow plowing. Something dull and civic. The tape was bright, the corners squared. It covered him almost perfectly. I could see the edge of his hat, the line of his shoulder poking out underneath. "Hey," I said, stepping closer. "What happened to them?" Officer Holloway's voice came from behind me. I turned. He was standing by the lobby door, file tucked under his arm. "That case is closed," he said. It took me a second to process that. "Closed," I repeated. "You just told me you only ever found partial remains," he shrugged. "Medical examiner signed off on a death certificate," he said. "Next of kin were notified. Insurance paid out. That's closed enough for the system." Behind him, on the corner of the front desk, his open file sat for a moment, unattended. The top page was visible. I shouldn't have been able to read it from that angle. But my eyes locked onto a line halfway down the form like a magnet finding north. "Remains recovered incomplete." The words were stamped there in neat, bureaucratic type. No ambiguity. No closure. I looked back at the bulletin board, at the fresh paper hiding the missing man's face. Closed. It was easier, I guess, to cover him up with something new, to call the story finished, than to admit there was still a piece out there walking around with his teeth in his hands and half his chest. "Go home, Mr. Carter," Holloway said. His tone had the flat finality of someone clocking out. "Get some rest. If we find anything out there, someone will be in touch." We both knew no one would call. Rick drained the last of his coffee and crushed the cup in one big fist. "Come on," he muttered as we stepped out into the chill air. "I'll guide you as far as the interstate split. After that, you're on your own." Out in the parking lot, the night felt different again. Smaller. Not safer, just compacted. The streetlights made little islands of visibility, and beyond them the dark piled up along the edges of town, waiting. As I climbed back into the Jeep, my back twinged. The scratches burned dully. For a second, in the rearview mirror, in the cheap green light of the dashboard, I thought I saw a pale shape sitting in the back seat, just behind my shoulder, watching. I blinked, and it was gone. Behind the glass doors of the station, the bulletin board waited. One more piece of paper taped over a face the town had decided not to see anymore. 5.3. Back to work. The rest of the drive to New York feels like a fever dream when I look back on it. I followed Rick's truck as far as the interstate split like he promised. when his rig finally peeled off onto another highway and his taillights vanished. I felt something in my chest sink. After that, it was just me and the road again. The sky went from black to charcoal gray, and then to the bruised blue of pre-dawn. Somewhere in there. I stopped at a rest area, splashed water on my face in a fluorescent buzzing bathroom, stared at my own reflection in a warped metal mirror, and tried to decide which parts of the night I could admit even to myself. By the time I pulled into my parents' driveway in Upper New York, the sun was up and the romance of the whole drive all night to surprise your folks' idea had died an ugly death. I hugged my mom, let my dad slap me on the back, pretended the stiffness in my shoulders was from driving and not from being nearly hauled out of a Jeep by something that should not have had a pulse. They asked about the trip. Long, I said. Ran out of gas once. A AA saved my ass. They laughed at that. My dad launching into his own ancient story about being stranded outside Scranton in the 80s. I did not tell them about the skulls in the trees. I did not tell them about breath fogging on glass or the feel of cold fingers on my spine. Some things you do not lay on your parents' kitchen table between coffee and pancakes. I stayed the weekend. Did the normal son stuff, helped my dad carry boxes in from the garage. Fixed a loose cabinet door for my mom. Went to the grocery store with a half-crumpled list and got the wrong kind of yogurt. I slept on the old pull-out couch in the den with the TV flickering blue light on mute and woke up twice convinced something was standing at the foot of the bed. When I drove back to Maine, I took a different route. I told myself it was just to see some new scenery, like I was a tourist. Really. I did not want my tires touching that stretch of 91 ever again. Back home, the hospital swallowed me up like it always does. There is something frighteningly easy about slipping back into routine after your brain has been cracked open by something that doesn't fit inside it. I went right back into 12-hour nights. The ER smells the same no matter what state you're in. Disinfectant and sweat and coffee that's been left on the burner too long. The monitors still beep in their little arrhythmic choir. IV pumps still alarm at the worst times. The HVAC still kicks on with a clunk loud enough to startle the interns. The first week back, it was almost like nothing had happened. I triaged kids with fevers and old men with chest pains. I set up lines, drew labs, wheeled portable X-ray machines into cramped rooms. I stood at the foot of stretchers while trauma surgeons barked orders and blood hit the floor. Then the first bad car came in. Single vehicle rollover on a rural road. Driver unresponsive on scene. Airbags deployed, windshield shattered, roof crumpled. Exactly the kind of chart note that used to be just an abstract entry point in a busy night. When we cut his shirt away and the doc opened his chest to place a chest tube. My brain betrayed me. The sight of ribs, white arcs under torn tissue hit me like a physical blow. For a second, it was not this stranger on the gurney, half conscious and bleeding. It was him. The man from the trees, the shredded chest, bone glinting through ruin. I had to blink hard, twice, to push the overlay away. "You okay?" one of the other nurses muttered, catching the momentary freeze. "Yeah," I lied. "Just tired." It kept happening. A kid came in after a skateboard fall. CT showing a hairline skull fracture. The black and white image on the monitor, white shell of bone. Dark crack running across the frontal plate brought the stump in Vermont snapping back into focus so sharply, my hands went numb. An older woman with metastatic cancer coated on the floor. We wheeled her down to the basement afterward, to the walk-in fridge behind the heavy metal door all hospitals pretend not to have. I helped slide her onto a gurney in the cooler. the air so cold it hurt my lungs. And for a second, when the sheet slipped back from her face, her eyes looked cloudy in a way that was too familiar. I started avoiding the mirrors in the staff bathroom. Every time I caught my own reflection, I half expected to see cloudy, dead eyes staring back. It was a couple of weeks before I ended up in the morgue with enough time and enough quiet to notice the file. We share a pathology department with a few smaller hospitals in the region, so bodies get shuffled around more than families realize. If there's a need for a second consult, or a question about cause of death, sometimes Maine takes Vermont's problems, or vice versa. Paperwork follows in manila folders with colored tabs. I was down there on a slow night, dropping off some signed forms for a doc who liked everything old school, when I saw a stack of files sitting on the counter by the light box. The top folder was half open, a corner of an X-ray film poking out. The name on the tab snagged my memory before I realized why. Different first name than the missing poster, but the same last name, same initial, and under that, in smaller print, crash, I-91 VT. My stomach dropped. I told myself it was nosy and unprofessional, but my hand reached out anyway. I slid the film out first. It was a lateral skull X-ray profile view. The bone was ghostly white against the darker gray of whatever table or foam pad it had been resting on. There was a large missing section on the right side of the skull. Not a neat, circular burr hole, a jagged-edged void, starting about an inch above the ear and climbing up. The edges beveled outward like something had blasted or crushed that portion away. In the handwritten notes below, the radiologist had circled the absence, missing segment, likely due to trauma plus post-mortem animal activity. It said, my mind pasted that image over the skull on the stump, the way the light had caught the missing piece at the temple, the angle, the size. The match was too close to ignore. The teeth were there too, ghost pale sticks in the gray. The front two overlapped, one pushing slightly over the other. Even in X-ray, that little imperfection was obvious. Same teeth, same missing piece of skull. I set the film down carefully and opened the file. There were photos clipped to the inside, clinical, harsh, the kind taken under bright lights on stainless steel tables. The face was mostly covered in some of them, per protocol. In others, where they needed to document injuries, it was visible in parts. The eyes looked wrong, even accounting for swelling, for post-mortem changes, for the harshness of flash. There was something in the way they sat in the skull that made my shoulders tighten. They seemed slightly off-center, not in the sockets the way living eyes sit. Pushed. A typed line in the report caught my eye. Family requested closed casket services due to perceived unnatural appearance of decedent at viewing. Below that, in cramped handwriting that wasn't part of the typed form, someone had added a note in the margin. Family insists body never looked like him. Eyes, wrong. Jaw too stiff. Patient's wife repeatedly states, "That's not his face." Advised re-post-mortem changes. The signature under it belonged to a physician I recognized only from older paperwork, a pathologist who had retired the year before I got hired. I flipped to the front of the file, date of autopsy 3 years ago, almost to the day. Same month that Rick had said he'd been called out to that stretch of highway. Same month a pickup had been found shredded on the shoulder, cab full of blood, drag marks into the trees. Remains received incomplete. The form said in its efficient type, "Remains, as in the rest is missing. As in that's all we got. Good enough to sign a certificate." close a case, tell a family they could bury what was left and call it done. I stood there in the morgue, cool air seeping through my scrubs, and tried to line the facts up in neat, rational rows the way they wanted us to in school. Truck crashes, body is mangled, animals take pieces, searchers recover enough parts to put on a table and photograph. Medical examiner signs off, case closed. Only. What if the thing on that table had not been all of him? What if the part the family refused, eyes wrong, jaw too stiff? That's not his face was a version of him that did not fit their memory. A face assembled from what was left, missing the piece that made it truly him. What if that missing piece, the segment of skull identified as probably animal activity, was not lying in the leaves somewhere, inert and forgotten? What if the part of him that had died badly on that road jaw clenched around a final, useless word? Ribs exploding, dragged screaming into the trees, had taken something with it when it tore loose. It would explain a lot, my brain whispered. Too ready to fill in horrors now. The skull in the forest, placed like an ornament under a line of animal bones. The walking version of him I had seen. Eyes clouded, chest cavity open and working wrong. The hand that had grabbed my back, strong and cold. The way he had turned, not to me, but to the highway, like it was still the only thing that mattered. Maybe the man his family had buried was whatever the state could scrape together. Enough bone and tissue to satisfy paperwork, enough mass to put in a box, and maybe some other part of him, call it rage or habit, or the echo of motion, never made it into the coffin. Maybe it stayed out there, bound to the mile markers and the guardrail and the tree with the smear on it. Maybe that is why Rick had looked at my stained seat and said not again. Standing there over that file, hearing the faint hum of the cooler units and the distant muffled beeping of monitors upstairs, I realized how easy it is for a hospital and a police department and a family to all tell themselves the same story: the body is here. The papers are signed. The case is closed. But somewhere just over the state line, on a dark stretch of highway, there is a man with crooked teeth and a missing piece of skull who never got that memo. 6.1. Sounds in the walls. Time did not make it go away. It just taught me new ways to ignore it. A few months after Vermont, I moved. On paper, it was a practical decision. My old place was a good 40-minute drive from the hospital on a good day. Longer in snow. After enough winter night shifts, crawling home on black ice with my brain half melted. The math stopped making sense. So I found a one-bedroom apartment 10 minutes from work. It was in one of those tired, 3-story complexes they build near every hospital in America. 2 long beige buildings facing each other across a parking lot. A strip of patchy grass between a few sad trees, and a metal dumpster that always smelled like old Chinese takeout and rotting cardboard. Sodium lights washed everything in that sick orange color after dark. My unit was on the 2nd floor, halfway down the hallway. Thin walls, louder neighbors than the leasing office admitted to. Windows that rattled when trucks went by on the main road. Carpet in that indeterminate gray-brown every landlord picks because it hides stains. Inside, I arranged my life into something that looked normal. Couch facing the TV, cheap coffee table, hand-me-down dining chair serving as a nightstand, kitchen cabinets stocked with ramen, canned soup, and exactly 1 pan that I used maybe once a week. On my off nights, I did what every other exhausted night shift nurse does: Netflix until the algorithm gave up. Late DoorDash orders eaten from the container. Phone scrolling until my thumb hurt. For a while, the terror on the Vermont highway felt like something that had happened to a different version of me. That guy had been stupid enough to drive through the night on no sleep. That guy had run out of gas. That guy had followed a strange sound into the woods like a character in a PSA. I was back in brightly lit rooms now, with other people around and protocols to follow. Rational brain said it was over. The other part of my brain, the part that still woke up some nights, sure there were fingers hooked into the back of my shirt, disagreed. It started with the vents. My new place had an aging central air system that rattled and hummed and sighed in exactly the ways you would expect from something that hadn't been serviced since the Obama administration. The intake vent in the hallway outside my bedroom whined when the fan kicked on, then settled into a low, steady roar. One night, a couple of months after I moved in, I was lying in bed on my back, staring at the ceiling, listening to that familiar roar. Outside, the parking lot was quiet, no slammed car doors, no drunken yelling, just the faint hiss of traffic on the main road and the occasional distant siren. I was just on the edge of sleep when I heard it. Cock, 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 3 soft, distinct taps coming from the wall above my headboard. They were small, but precise. Not the random bumps and creaks of an old building settling, not the bass bleed from a neighbor's TV, bone on something hard. My brain thought, unhelpfully. I froze. The fan kept blowing. The refrigerator in the kitchen hummed. Somewhere a pipe clanged softly as someone flushed a toilet. Then, again, cock, cock, cock. This time, I sat up. The sound was coming from inside the wall, or behind it, same vibe. The drywall looked perfectly ordinary off-white paint. Hairline cracks near the ceiling. No warps or stains. Rats, I told myself. Squirrels. Something in the duct. But rodents do not tap in threes. The next night, it was the vent in the living room. I had just gotten home from a shift where a drunk driver had tried to make an SUV fit under the back of a semi, and physics had taken that personally. I showered until my fingers wrinkled, trying to get the smell of blood and antifreeze out of my nose, then collapsed on the couch in clean sweats. The TV was on, some show I wasn't really watching, just noise and light to push the trauma bay images back. The air kicked on with a low whoomp, cool air whispering from the vent above the TV. I let my eyes slide closed, ticking, faint and mechanical, bled in under the TV chatter. Cock, cock, cock. I sat up so fast my neck popped. The sound had come from the vent. I was sure of it. 3 little knocks, exactly spaced. I muted the TV. Silence, the gentle white noise of the AC, my own breathing. Then, from farther away, maybe the hallway, maybe my bedroom, cock, cock, cock. That was when the déjà vu kicked me in the chest. The sound wasn't an exact match. It was softer, muffled by drywall and ductwork and fluffy apartment insulation instead of trees and open air. But the cadence, the 3-beat rhythm, was identical to the bone chimes when the wind hit them just right. I lay there on the couch, TV light flickering over the ceiling, and listened harder than I had listened to anything that week. Nothing. The building shifted once, a deep, structural groan. A car engine turned over in the lot outside. That was all, for a few days. I managed to convince myself I had imagined it, that my brain, primed by the ER and the morgue and too many horror channels on YouTube, was pattern matching every odd noise into a soundtrack it already knew. Then it started happening at work. The hospital parking garage is the kind of place that feels haunted even on a good day. Concrete levels stacked on concrete levels, low ceilings, fluorescent strips humming overhead. At 3 in the morning, when the night is at its thinnest and the day shift people haven't started trickling in yet, it's just echo and shadow and the occasional car, twice, leaving after a shift. I heard footsteps behind me in there, normal enough sound rubber soles on concrete. The hollow clack of a heel, only there was something wrong with the rhythm. Step, drag. Just like on the shoulder of the highway. Each time. I turned, heart hammering, keys gripped between my fingers like a weapon. Each time, the garage was empty behind me, just my car, a few others, the red exit signs glowing in the gloom. Stop it, I told myself. Out loud, once. My voice sounded small in all that concrete. You're doing this to yourself. I started parking closer to the elevators. Around the same time, I noticed something else. The walk from my building's front door to my assigned spot in the apartment lot took me past a narrow strip of trees. Calling it a tree line would be generous. It was maybe 8 or 9 skinny maples and pines planted in a row to make the property line look less like what it was. The back of a strip mall down the hill. At night, under the sodium lights, those trees cast long, weird shadows. Twice once coming home from a late grocery run. Once after a double shift, I caught a shape in the reflection of the glass entry door. Not directly, not in the actual trees, in the glass. Behind my own reflected shape, in the smeared, ghostly version of the lot. Something tall and pale seemed to be standing between the trunks. The first time, I chalked it up to a weird angle of the light. The second time, I felt my throat close. By the time I spun around each time, there was nothing there. Just trees, dumpster, orange glow. Sleep, I told myself. You need sleep. It would have been easier to believe if the sounds hadn't followed me onto my couch. One night off, months into pretending none of this was happening. I did the usual ritual cheap pizza, streaming something forgettable, phone in hand. By 2 the TV was dark, the remote somewhere under a couch cushion, my phone on my chest, screen gone black. I was caught in that weird hover between waking and sleep, body heavy, brain drifting. The apartment was quiet. The fridge hummed in the kitchen. A car drove by outside, tires whispering on asphalt. Far away, a siren rose and fell. Cock. 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 The sound cut through everything, sudden and close. It wasn't in the wall this time. It wasn't in the vent. It wasn't muffled at all. It sounded like it was right outside. Not at the door. Lower, farther away. Somewhere in the open night air, in the parking lot. I sat up slowly, muscles protesting. The room was mostly dark. The only light came from the digital clock on the microwave, spilling a faint green glow down the hallway. Cock, 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 3 taps again. A little louder. Bone on bone, bone on metal. A sound my brain had cataloged in the woods and now would not let go of, against every instinct telling me to stay put. I got up and walked to the sliding glass door that led to my small balcony. My hands felt stupid without gloves, like I was going into a trauma bay unprepared. I eased the blinds apart with 2 fingers. The night outside was a familiar, ugly orange. The parking lot stretched out beneath me, rows of cars. My own Jeep among them, the dumpster, the strip of struggling trees at the far end. Nothing moved. No wind. The branches of the trees stood still. The air looked thick and heavy, like a held breath. For a second, I thought maybe the sound had been from someone dropping something on a balcony below or above me. Somebody's poorly balanced plant pot finally giving up. Then it came again. Cock, cock, cock. This time it was unmistakable from the far end of the lot, near the trees. I leaned a little closer to the glass, squinting into the murk. The sodium lights left pockets of shadow between their pools of orange, little wells of darkness. In one of those pockets, between two of the thin trees, something hung. It was just at the edge of visibility, no more than a darker lump against the dark. It dangled from one of the branches, swaying minutely in an air that was otherwise still. On the next tiny movement, the light caught it just right. I saw white. Not a lot. Just a glimpse, flashing as whatever it was turned pale. Curved shapes, clustered together, knocking against each other. Clack. The sound carried up through the parking lot like it had no business doing. Crisp and clear. Bone. It was smaller than the nightmare rig in Vermont. No long row of skulls. More like someone had strung up a handful of pieces on a short length of cord, maybe animal vertebrae, maybe small skulls. The scale was wrong for deer. I stared, my breath fogging the glass. The thing swung once more, bumping lightly against the trunk. Clack. Then, as if someone had turned a dimmer knob on the world, the sodium light nearest the trees flickered. Twice. On the second flicker, the shadow where the bones were hanging went completely black. By the time the light steadied again, the dangling shape was gone. The branches moved just a little, as if something had passed through them, but whatever had been strung there wasn't there anymore. I stayed at the glass for a long time, waiting for another glint of white, another clack. My eyes burned, my neck ached. Nothing else moved. Eventually, I backed away from the door and sat on the edge of the couch like a kid punished in timeout. Hands clasped between my knees, heart beating too fast. When I finally fell asleep, it was with the TV on for company and every light in the apartment blazing. In the morning, in the clean, ordinary light of a half-cloudy day. I forced myself to go down and look. It felt stupid, the kind of thing you see characters do in movies while you yell at them, but not knowing was worse. The parking lot was full of normal day sounds, someone scraping ice off a windshield, a kid whining as his mom buckled him into a car seat, the distant rumble of a garbage truck. The strip of trees looked smaller and less ominous in daylight. Just a row of skinny trunks in a rectangle of dirt, cigarette butts and old coffee lids scattered at their bases. I walked to the spot I thought I'd seen the hanging shape, feeling exposed in my scrub pants and hoodie, the sun on the back of my neck. There was nothing in the branches, no string, no wire, no dangling bones, but on the ground, in the patch of dirt between two roots, I saw them. 4 or 5 small white fragments, half embedded in the soil, curved in that particular way that says once part of something bigger, edges worn, one side smooth, the other porous, animal bone. My rational brain said, squirrel, rabbit, leftover from a hawk's lunch. But I had seen them hanging. I had heard them knock together in threes. I crouched and stared at those broken pieces until my knees started to complain. They were small, insignificant. Really, nothing anyone else would look at twice. Still, standing there in the chill morning air, I realized something that made my skin crawl in a way the cold never could. Whatever had been tied to that branch last night had not been there before I moved in. And now, apparently, it did not need a mile marker or a Vermont tree line anymore. 6.2, the seat stain. I should have sold the Jeep. Everyone at work told me that, in one form or another. Not because of what happened, they did not know that part, but because it was, objectively, a piece of junk. The broken gas gauge, the way it pulled a little to the right under 70, the soft top that leaked if a storm came in sideways. But every time I went to actually look at listings or poke around a dealership lot on my day off, something in me balked. Some irrational, stubborn part of my brain kept insisting if I leave it, whatever touched me in that car will stay with it. Someone else will buy it. Someone else will sit in that seat. That was the responsible argument, the real one, the one I only admitted to myself at 3 a.m. while brushing my teeth, was worse. If I got rid of the Jeep and things kept happening, then I would know for sure that it was not the car. So I kept it. I had the interior cleaned. Once. Right after Vermont. After I got back from New York and before the first night back at the hospital. I took the Jeep to one of those detail places wedged between a muffler shop and a shuttered pizza joint. $30 for deep interior cleaning. Another 10 if you wanted them to hit it with the enzyme stuff. The guy at the counter gave me a quick once-over when I handed over the keys, eyes lingering on the faint brown streak still visible on the back of the driver's seat. "Dog?" he asked, pen poised over the work order. "Yeah," I lied automatically. "Mud." From the dog. He grunted, scribbled something down, and told me to come back in an hour, when I picked it up. The Jeep smelled like chemicals and fake citrus. The vinyl shone with Armor All. The carpets were striped from the vacuum. The streak on the seatback was still there. Fainter, sure, blurred at the edges, but there. A shadow in the vinyl grain. A discolored path where something had soaked in too deep for their tools and sprays to touch. "Best we can do, man," the detail guy said when I pointed it out. "Whatever that is, it's in there." I told myself I could live with a stain. For a couple of months, it behaved itself. The mark faded a little more with each pass of the cloth whenever I wiped down the interior. It became one more blemish in a car full of them scratches from grocery carts on the door. A coffee ring in the cup holder. A melted spot on the dash from when my cousin had dropped a cigarette there years before. Then, one morning, it came back. It was that gray, exhausted hour after a night shift, when the sky is neither fully dark nor honest about being light. I stumbled out of the hospital, badge lanyard sticking to the sweat at the back of my neck, scrubs clinging to my legs. The air smelled like wet pavement and the faint metallic tang of an approaching storm. By the time I got to the surface lot where I'd parked, the rain had started a fine, misting drizzle that beaded on my windshield and turned the parking lot lights into smeared halos. I unlocked the Jeep, yanked the door open, and froze. On the back of the driver's seat, where the old faded streak had been, there was now a fresh, dark smear. It ran from just below the headrest down toward the middle of the seat back, wide and irregular. The edges feathered like something had been dragged. It was wet. Even in the dim, bluish glow from the garage lights and the street lamp by the fence, I could see the shine on it. Tiny beads of moisture caught the light, like condensation on a glass. For a second, I told myself it was the rain, a leak in the soft top, maybe drip line catching the seat. It was raining, after all. The fabric overhead had darkened in places where the water sat. I leaned in and ran my fingers along the inside of the roof. Damp, sure. Cheap canvas tends to soak, But there was no obvious stream, no drip point. The ceiling wasn't actively dripping onto the seat. There was no puddle on the cushions, no wet streaks on the side panels. Just that mark. I touched it with the tip of one finger before I could talk myself out of it. It was sticky. Not in a dramatic horror movie way. Not oozing or viscous. Just tacky. The way half-dried blood gets on gauze. The way certain bodily fluids feel after they've had a minute to sit, but not enough to crust. I pulled my hand back and wiped my fingers hard on my scrub pants, my stomach lurching. Rust, I told myself. Oil. Something from the cleaning. But rust doesn't re-wet. Armor All doesn't smell like iron when you're that close. No one else drove my car. I kept the doors locked. I had not cut myself. I had not transported any trauma case remnants home. The logical possibilities narrowed down to two. There was some old, hidden source of contamination in the foam that wicked up under some very specific humidity conditions. Or I shut the door and stood in the rain for a long time, letting myself get damp enough that I could blame the chill in my bones on that instead of the familiarity of what I was seeing. That was the morning I bought the dash cam. They sell them at a little electronics section in the big box store near the hospital, hanging in blister packs next to phone chargers and cheap earbuds. I grabbed a mid-range one, not because I cared about video quality, but because the box mentioned parking mode and interior view. I mounted it on the front windshield, high and center, awkwardly angled so that half the frame caught the road and half caught the interior. Not ideal for accident footage, but I wasn't aiming for YouTube compilations. When I parked in the hospital garage after that, I made sure to hit the button that set it to keep recording on motion, even with the engine off. The garage was perfect for my experiment enclosed. No wind, no rain, no kids with sticky hands wandering past. If the stain showed up again in there, it would not be weather or random passers-by. For a week, nothing happened. I would pull into my usual spot, second level. Near the elevator angle, the Jeep in, kill the engine, and watch the dash cam's little red light blink. After my shift, I would come back, shine my phone flashlight over the back of the seat, and feel a wash of relief when all I saw was the faint, old discoloration on the 8th night. I parked in a different spot. The lower level was full, construction equipment taking up half the row for some repair work. I ended up on the 3rd level instead, closer to the outer wall, where the concrete sweated and the lights flickered more often. It was a bad shift. We lost a teenager. We shouldn't have the kind of case that leaves everyone walking around with anger buzzing under their skin like a low-grade electrical shock. By the time I signed my last note and dragged myself toward the elevators, my head felt like it was full of wet cotton. In the Jeep, I did my ritual check by habit more than actual intent. Phone flashlight. Lean over the seat. The streak was back, dark, wide, still glistening, right where my shoulder blades would hit if something grabbed me from above. The air in the garage felt thicker. Suddenly, every fluorescent hum and distant car door slam sounded like it was happening underwater. I did not touch it that time. I got in, shut the door, and drove home with the radio off. The dash cam quietly blinking at me from the windshield like a tiny, judgmental eye. It took me until the afternoon, after I'd slept a few hours and made coffee, to work up the nerve to pull the footage. I sat at my kitchen table with my laptop open, dashcam plugged in via a cheap USB cable. The file list was a long row of timestamps. I found the one that matched the hours I'd left the Jeep in the garage and double-clicked. The video started with me pulling in, shifting into park, slumping in the driver's seat for a second before killing the engine. The cabin went dim, lit only by the faint green from the dashboard and the distant garage lights. I could see the back of the seat clearly then, the old shadow stain just a vague discoloration. I got out, closed the door, walked out of frame. The audio picked up the clack of my boots on the concrete, the distant echo of a door opening somewhere. After that, it was just an empty car in a concrete cave. The dashcam's microphone recorded the low, omnipresent hum of the garage and the occasional whoosh as another vehicle drove past. The image was grainy, tinged blue-gray by the camera's attempt to see in the dark. For a long stretch minutes, then tens of minutes, nothing happened. Then the footage glitched. For a fraction of a second, the image smeared, horizontal lines tearing across the frame like someone had dragged a magnet across an old TV screen. When it steadied again, the back of the driver's seat looked different. It was subtle, the kind of thing you might miss if you were not looking. The seat back, which had been slightly convex, seemed indented. The vinyl pulled inward, the way it does when someone leans against it from behind. Only there was no one in the back seat. No shadow, no outline of a figure. The headrest stood alone, its silhouette unchanged. But the seat itself bowed in a little, as if an invisible weight had settled against it. My throat went dry. I hit pause. The timestamp in the corner ticked along steadily. No obvious jump, no file-corrupted overlay, just that tiny, wrong detail. I took a breath, scrubbed the timeline back a few seconds, and watched again. Normal seat, grainy darkness, glitch, indented seat. I stepped through frame by frame. On one of the glitched frames, the distortion was at its worst, the whole screen torn into jittering bands. But something in the upper half of the image snagged my eye, a smear of darker gray, stretching from the top of the seat back up toward the roof. It had a shape, buried in the noise, elongated, like a shadow cast on fog. For a moment, it looked like an arm, reaching, or a torso leaning down. I cranked the brightness and contrast sliders, pushing the image until the grain blew out and the shadows pixelated into blocks. The smear resolved into something even less comforting, too small. Pale ovals, hanging in the air above the indented seat. They were exactly where eyes would be if someone were bending down into the cabin from above. Head just out of frame. Face hovering in the space where my shoulders would have been if I had been sitting there. They weren't bright, not like headlights or reflections from chrome. Just two faint, ghostly points, catching what little light there was and feeding it back in twin glints. Clouded eyes. My brain supplied. The next frame, they were gone. The seat was still indented for a few more seconds. Then slowly, too slowly for any visible cause, resumed its normal curve. A minute or two later in the footage, the stain appeared. One frame, it was not there. Next frame, a dark, wet smear had blossomed across the vinyl, catching the dim light in a damp sheen. No drip, no gradual spread. Just now it is here. I leaned back from the screen, stomach churning. I almost closed the video right there, but some masochistic curiosity made me switch to audio only and crank the volume. For long stretches, it was just garage noise. Then, a little after the glitch, under the hum of the overhead lights and the echo of some distant car starting, three tiny sounds threaded their way through. Cock, cock, cock. I replayed that section half a dozen times, slowed it down. The dashcam mic was cheap. It added its own hiss, but there was no mistaking it. In a sealed concrete garage, with no wind, no trees, and nothing in the car but the lingering smell of old coffee and plastic. Something had made the sound of bone knocking against bone. 3 times. Watching my empty car on the laptop screen, seeing the seat dent inward as if pressed by hands that the camera could not quite register. Seeing those 2 faint glints hang in the air for a single ruined frame before disappearing. I felt the last of my comforting, maybe it's all in my head, excuses die. If it was in my head, my dashcam had started hallucinating with me. 6, 3. The pattern expands. Once you see a pattern, it is hard to go back to pretending it is all random. The sounds in the vents, the little pile of bones under the trees at my apartment, the stain on the seat that refused to stay gone, the ghost glitch on the dash cam. For a while, I tried to treat each thing as isolated. A weird noise here, a bad coincidence there. It made life easier if I compartmentalized hospital stress, lack of sleep, old car, old trauma. Then one night, I found myself sitting at my kitchen table with my laptop open, the cursor blinking in a search bar, and I realized I was done pretending. I typed I-91 Vermont weird things and hit enter. At first, it was the usual internet soup news about construction, a couple of standard accident reports, someone's blog about fall foliage. But buried under the junk were threads, truckers' forums, posts on ghost storyboards from usernames that looked like they were made in a hurry and never used again, local Vermont subreddits, where people complain about property taxes and potholes in one breath and in between. Casually talk about that stretch of highway you don't stop on if you're smart. I started reading. A long-haul driver on a trucking forum described seeing lights in the tree line around mile marker 140-something. Not other vehicles, not flashlights, cold, pale lights, like somebody had hung a string of lanterns way back off the road, swaying in a wind he could not feel. Another post, older, from some hunter whose spelling suggested more beers than schooling. Mentioned stumbling on a bunch of skulls wired up in the woods, like some kind of witchcraft. The details made my skin crawl. Animal skulls, mostly, but one of them looked too small and too smooth. He wrote, like a person. Cops told me it was probably just a deer. A paramedic chimed in on another thread about problem miles on northeastern highways. He said he hated running calls out near that section of Vermont because the animal strikes were never just one deer. Drivers would swear they hit a single thing, but the damage always looked like they'd plowed through a whole herd, meat and bone spread farther than made sense. One comment stuck with me. If you ever have to pull over there, a user named Night Shift Tow wrote, "Leave the engine running and don't turn your lights off. You hear anything that sounds like wind chimes when there's no wind, get back in and go." Even if you're on the rims, wind chimes. I stared at that phrase until the letters blurred, hearing again the clack of bone in the silent Vermont woods, the 3 little knocks under the concrete of the hospital garage. It never said bone chimes. Nobody typed that. But my brain filled it in anyway. On a local Vermont subreddit, buried in a thread about small-town creepy stories, somebody asked if anyone else had ever heard that thing about bone noises on the shoulder of I-91. Most of the replies were jokes. Yeah, dude. It's called potholes. Probably some guy's weird hunting art project. Congrats. You've met our deer. One comment, though downvoted into semi-oblivion, told a different story. Poster claimed that when he was a teenager, his dad, who drove for AAAA, got called out one winter night to help a stranded motorist on that stretch. He never came home. The official story, according to the Post, was simple truck went off the road in bad weather. Dad probably got out to check on someone and slipped. Body maybe washed down somewhere. No one ever found him. They found the truck, later door open. Driver's side dome light on. Tracks in the snow leading toward the trees, and then nothing. Police said maybe he wandered off disoriented and animals got him. The poster wrote, "Mom said they were full of shit. Door was wide open, radio still on, flashlight in the seat, keys still in it. Who leaves a truck like that in a storm, reading that?" I thought of Rick, his tired eyes, his big hands on the gas can, the way he had muttered "not again" at my Jeep, like the stain on my seat was part of a story he had been dragged into before. "Them boys don't like blood stories about that stretch," he had said. I clicked into the poster's profile, hoping for more details. The account was old, mostly inactive. The dad's name wasn't there, just hints, dates, a mention of Central Vermont, AAA, and yellow rigs. Yellow. Rick's truck had been yellow. Of course they were all yellow, I told myself. Brand colors. That meant nothing. But the nagging feeling was there now, chewing at the back of my mind. I started searching for AAA driver missing Vermont. Tow trucker disappeared, I-91, anything that might link that anonymous post to something more concrete. A few old local news articles came up paywalled, half rotted behind dead links. I pieced together what I could from snippets, cached pages, mentions in other threads. There had been, at some point in the last decade, a missing AAA driver, called out late at night. Last contact on the radio somewhere near the same run of mile markers that had dragged my life sideways. Truck found empty later. No body. Officially, he was presumed dead. Unofficially, he'd become part of the story people told each other about why you did not stop there if you could help it. Ghost hitchhiker. Ghost cop. Ghost tow truck guy. Someone had written mockingly in a comments section. Every highway's got one. I thought about Rick's hands again, the way they'd looked in the station lobby, wrapped around a styrofoam cup. Solid, calloused, warm, when he'd clapped me on the shoulder as we left. Ghosts don't smell like motor oil and coffee, my rational brain argued. Then again, dead truckers aren't supposed to pull you out of cars either. And yet here we were. To settle my nerves and prove to myself that I was reaching, I tried to do something simple and sane. I called AAA. The hotline operator's voice was cheerful and polished. The standard customer service sing-song that makes you feel like you're calling the front desk at a hotel. Not a company that plucks stranded people off dark shoulders for a living. "Thank you for calling AAA. This is Melissa. How can I assist you today?" "Oh, hi," I said. I don't need road service. I was just trying to get the name of the driver who assisted me a while back. I wanted to file a compliment. Compliments grease a lot of wheels. There was a little pause while she clicked something. "Okay. I can see if that's possible," she said. "Do you know the date and location of the service I gave her the night? The highway, the general area? I did not mention the skulls or the stain. Let me see. More typing. All right. I do see a completed service call logged under your membership number in that area. However, I'm afraid we're not able to release our contractor's personal information to customers. Company policy. I don't need his address. I said, just a name, first name, Rick. I owe him. A pause. I understand, she said. And I believed that she did, in the way people can understand gratitude without understanding why you woke up sweating thinking of sticky fingers on your back. But we still can't give that out. I'm happy to note on your account that you wanted to express your appreciation, and it will be forwarded to the appropriate regional office. What regional office? I asked. Central Vermont, she said. Anything else I can help you with today? I hung up feeling like I had tried to grab a handrail and closed my fingers on air. Life went on. Work, vents, stains, Googling things I shouldn't. The last link in the pattern came in the most mundane way possible on a pit stop before work. It was a Tuesday evening, just before another night shift. I'd left the apartment a little early because my gas gauge was, as always, lying to me, and I didn't want to tempt fate by seeing how far past half I could really go. I pulled into the small gas station a few blocks from the hospital, the one with 2 pumps, a flickering open sign, and a clerk who always looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. Inside. The place smelled like burnt coffee and stale sugar. A little corkboard hung by the bathroom door, cluttered with business cards and community flyers, babysitter available, guitar lessons, somebody selling a used snowblower. While my card processed at the counter, my eyes drifted to it. In the corner, half covered by a newer flyer about a church bake sale, was a photocopied rectangle of an obituary. The edges were curled, the ink slightly faded, but the photo was still clear. A man in his 40s, maybe early 50s, thick in the middle, scruffy beard creeping up his cheeks, plain collared shirt under a reflective vest. He wasn't smiling exactly, but there was a familiar set to his mouth, a way he held his shoulders, like the picture had been taken fast, between jobs. My stomach dropped through the floor. It looked like Rick. Not sort of like in that generic middle-aged white guy way. The same slope to the nose, the same tired eyes under the brim of a cap, the same shape of jaw. I stepped closer, ignoring the clerk's board next to the line behind me. The text below the photo read, "In loving memory of Richard H. Doyle, 47 of town name, who passed away 6 years ago in a work-related accident while serving as a roadside assistance technician." My eyes caught on the date. He had died 5 years before the night on the Vermont highway. I read it again, slowly, tracing the numbers with my eyes, trying to make my brain accept them. The obituary wasn't some fresh memorial. Whoever had pinned it to this board had done it years ago and never bothered to take it down. Work-related accident. "Hey," the clerk called, annoyed now. "You need a receipt or what?" I mumbled something, grabbed my change, and walked out to the Jeep in a haze. In the fading light of early evening, with the hospital's brick bulk visible down the road, I sat behind my steering wheel and tried to line the pieces up in the boring, logical way I'd been taught to trust. Either the obituary was old, and I was seeing similarity where there was none, or somebody had pinned up a memorial for a man who looked exactly like the one who'd driven a yellow truck out to a dark stretch of highway to pour gas into my Jeep and tell me not to stop again. A man who, according to the clipped piece of newsprint, had been dead for years when he did it. The bones had followed me home. The sounds had crawled into my vents. The stain refused to stay gone. Now, apparently, the help had come from the wrong side of whatever line I'd crossed that night in Vermont. I looked at the fuel gauge lying cheerfully, as always, and then at my pale hands on the wheel. So who the hell drove that yellow truck out to me that night? 7.1. Why I am finally telling this right now. As I type this, I am sitting in my apartment with every light on. The laptop is on the little fake wood dining table that came with the place. My back is to the sliding glass door that looks out over the parking lot. The TV is off. The only glow in the room is from the screen in front of me and the green numerals of the microwave clock in the kitchenette. The fridge has that low, steady hum it always has when the compressor is working. It rattles a little at the beginning, like it is clearing its throat, then settles into a drone that sits under everything else every now and then. The compressor cuts off. The hum drops out abruptly, like someone pressed a mute button on the room. The silence that follows is always too loud. The pipes in the walls complain from time to time. Some neighbor upstairs flushes a toilet. Some other neighbor turns on a shower. It starts as a hollow rush, then a dull knocking, then fades. I can track the flow by sound alone now, like I have sonar for other people's plumbing. Outside, through the thin glass and the worse insulation, I can hear the street, not clearly, more like waves of noise. A car passes on the main road in front of the complex, tires hissing on asphalt. Somewhere farther away, a truck downshifts with a rumbling growl. Once in a while, a siren tastes the edge of my hearing, rising and falling as it cuts past the hospital 5 blocks over, and threaded through all of it, now and then, is that other sound? Cock, cock, cock. 3 small clicks. Sometimes they sound like they're coming from the vent above the TV, sometimes from the wall over my bed. Tonight, they seem to be riding the ceiling, a little to my left, as if something is tapping along the joists above my head. They're never loud. They never need to be. You hear a noise enough times, it becomes part of the room's map. The cursor is blinking in front of me. My fingers keep pausing over the keys because every time that sound happens, some animal part of my brain wants my hands free. That's the headspace I'm in as I write this one ear on the story in my own head. One ear on the walls, waiting to see if they answer back. You might be hearing this in some other way by the time it reaches you. Maybe the guy who runs whatever horror channel you like is reading it out loud in the same kind of half-bored, half-haunted voice I listen to on my own nights off. Maybe you're in your car in a grocery store parking lot, letting the headlights of other people's lives wash over you while you try to get up the courage to go inside. Maybe you're in your kitchen, phone on the counter, dishes in the sink, lights dimmed because it feels wrong to have everything bright, while someone talks about bones on the internet. By the time you're hearing these words, I don't know where I'll be sitting. I tried all the normal channels before I got to you. I told the police their realistic story and watched them flatten mine into a line in an old file. I hinted at it to coworkers on slow nights and saw the polite smiles. The man, that highway really messed you up jokes. I lasted exactly 2 sessions with a therapist. I sat on her nice couch with the neutral throw pillows and explained that I was having trouble sleeping, that I'd been involved in a distressing incident on a rural road. She asked about work stress, about compassion fatigue, about vicarious trauma, all valid questions, all safe boxes. When I mentioned the bone chimes, when I used those words out loud and watched her pen hesitate, her eyes sharpened in a way that told me she was filing me under something else entirely. We never got to dead trucker with his hand on my back, while a tow truck driver who might have died 5 years ago poured gas into my tank. So now I'm here, doing what people like me do when the system runs out of scripts. I'm writing this down and sending it away. Call it an email. If that makes it feel more ordinary, that's what it is. Functionally, text in a box, a subject line, an attachment. addressed to someone whose real name I do not know. Only a channel name and an upload schedule and a Patreon link. By the time you're reading this, I typed at the top of the draft. I'll either be sitting exactly where I am now, or I won't be sitting anywhere. It sounds melodramatic when I see it on the screen. I don't mean it to be. I'm just tired of being the only one who knows what that stretch of road did to me. The last few weeks, the sounds have changed. They're more frequent, for one thing. There are nights now when I can count 6 or 7 rounds of those 3 clicks, spaced out like breaths. They don't need weather anymore. It used to be I heard them only with wind, or in that liminal storm air, or in the draft in the garage. Now they happen on clear, still nights, on dry days. In the middle of a hot, stale afternoon when the air barely moves. The Jeep hasn't gotten better either. Sometimes, when I park in my usual spot by the apartment and kill the engine, I stay in the driver's seat for a minute, letting the fan run down. The ticking of the cooling engine and exhaust pipes marking time. In those moments, when the lot is quiet and the only light is the cone from the street lamp near the dumpster, I hear a different sound, not the knocks, not at first. A slow, dragging shh across the soft top, like a palm or forearm sliding from the back of the roof toward the windshield. If I sit still and pretend I'm tired enough to fall asleep right there, it happens twice, maybe 3 times. After that, the knocking starts somewhere I can't quite triangulate, a faint clack above my head, followed by 2 more along the roll bar. When I open the door and step out, there's nothing on the fabric, no leaves, no mud, no handprints. But every time I drive, the faint stain on the seat back looks darker. Tonight, I decided to stop pretending that ignoring this will make it go away. So I came home from a shift, showered until the water started to run lukewarm, made coffee I didn't really want, and opened my laptop. I started at the beginning and laid it all out in words: the Vermont highway, the skull on the stump, the man in the trees, Rick with his gas can and his obituary date, the dash cam, the bones under the apartment trees. Writing it down feels like pinning things to a board. If enough of us look at it at the same time, maybe it stops being just my private nightmare and becomes something else. A story, a warning, a pattern. Maybe that's all I'm hoping for, that when you pull onto a highway shoulder in the middle of nowhere sometime in the next few years, some part of your mind will remember a nurse you never met talking about bone chimes, and you'll decide to keep the engine running. The fridge hums behind me. The screen glows in front of me. Cock, cock, cock. This time the sound comes from somewhere outside the apartment, not above, not the vent, more distant, down the hallway, maybe, or beyond that, nearer the stairwell. Hard to tell through the drywall. I stop typing. The fridge compressor clicks off, leaving the laptop fan suddenly very loud. For a moment, the building holds its breath. My email inbox dings. The little notification window pops up in the corner of the screen, one new message. No subject line. Sender listed as an address I do not recognize. Just a string of letters and numbers at some free mail service. My stomach twists. I tell myself it's spam. Everything unexplained is spam until proven otherwise. The message preview shows nothing but an attachment icon. No text. I click it open anyway. The email body is empty. No greeting, no message, no signature. Just a single attached file, img_0001.jpg. My hands leave faint, damp prints on the laptop casing as I move the cursor. I double-click the image, It fills the screen. Someone took the picture from the far end of the apartment parking lot, standing among the thin trees by the rear fence. The same line of trees where I found the broken bones in the dirt. The angle is upward, aimed toward the second floor, toward my building. You can see the row of balconies and sliding glass doors, each a black rectangle cut into the beige facade. Most are dark. One, near the middle, is lit from within by a blue-white wash. My window. The light from my laptop is bright enough that it flattens me into a silhouette in the glass. You can't see my face, just the shape of my head and shoulders bent toward the screen. The glow makes the rest of the room behind me look dimmer than it is, like the world beyond the glass is more real than the one I'm sitting in. The photo is recent. I can tell because of the small details the position of my Jeep in its spot. The particular trash bags piled by the dumpster. The damp sheen on the asphalt from tonight's drizzle still drying in the streetlight. It is exactly the vantage point I had months ago. Looking down from my balcony at the place where the bone chime hung between the trees, now the perspective is reversed. The shot is from the ground, from that same patch of dirt, aimed up at the window where I sit, typing out the story that's supposed to get all of this out of my head. Somebody or something was standing where the bones once swung, staring up at me long enough to frame the shot, focus, and click. 7.2. The sound outside the door. The photo is still open on my screen when the next 3 clicks come. Cock, cock, cock. They're closer this time. Not above, not down the hallway in some vague, hard-to-place way. Right outside my front door. The sound is so clear, so sharply localized, that my whole body reacts before my brain finishes the sentence. Every muscle draws tight. The hairs on my arms stand up like they're trying to leave. I sit completely still in the cheap dining chair, fingers frozen on either side of the laptop's trackpad. The glow from the screen turns my hands the color of milk behind me. The fridge hum dies again, like it's bowing out to give the moment its own stage. Cock, cock, cock. This time, there's no mistaking it. The sound is not just audible, it's tactile. Each knock makes the door itself vibrate a little, a dull and wooden thud under the sharper clack, like bone hitting not quite solid wood. I swallow. My throat feels too small. For a few seconds, I do the cowardly math if I stay where I am and pretend I didn't hear it. Maybe it stops. Maybe it goes away. The thing is, this whole mess started with me ignoring warning signs, ignoring the gas gauge, ignoring the mile markers, ignoring the feeling that turning off the highway was a bad idea. So I push back from the table. The chair legs scrape softly on the fake hardwood. The sound too loud in the thin apartment. My back feels as exposed as it did that night in the Jeep. I resist the urge to hunch over like that'll make less of me available for anything reaching. I glance around for a weapon. This isn't the kind of building where people keep baseball bats by the door or guns on every surface. The deadliest thing within arm's reach is a heavy ceramic salt shaker shaped like a lobster. I grab the flashlight instead. It's the same one I keep in my backpack for work small, metal, solid. It's not going to stop anything you can't explain to a cop without a psych consult. But it'll at least make a dent in a regular human face. The hallway from the table to the door is maybe 8 steps long. It feels like 20. The overhead light in the entryway is too bright. A cheap LED that makes everything look flat and a little unreal. My bare feet make soft sounds on the thin laminate. Underneath, I can feel the faint give of the subfloor. Each step brings me closer to that rectangle of painted metal that suddenly feels like the only thing between me and Vermont. Cock, Cock. Cock. 3 more, right as I reach the door. This time, I actually see the wood tremble. The deadbolt clicks in its housing with each knock, a tiny metallic chime in answer. Whoever, whatever is on the other side is not pounding. It's not kicking or slamming. The taps are almost polite, purposeful and restrained, like knuckles or phalanges. Who is it? I hear myself ask the question, and the stupidity of it almost makes me laugh. There is no way to explain to whoever might be out there that the thing I'm afraid it is doesn't belong to a category that responds to names. There's no answer, not in words. The hallway outside remains silent. I thumb the flashlight on and off just to make sure it's working. The beam is harsh and narrow, cutting a clean circle on the floor. The peephole is right at eye level in the center of the door. The cheap brass plate around it is scratched from years of keys, nails, people who miss the mark on their first try. For a couple of seconds, I just stand there, forehead inches from the cool metal. Breathing too shallow, the adrenaline hitting my bloodstream is almost nostalgic. It feels like the surge before a code, the ramp up before a trauma rolls in. My body remembers what to do with fear. My brain is the one still trying to pretend it has notes for this. I lean in and press my eye to the peephole. The fisheye lens distorts. Everything makes the hallway look wider than it is, stretching the cheap beige walls out into a convex blur. The carpet outside my door fans away in both directions. That institutional gray with darker spots where people have tracked in rain and snow and God knows what else. At first, there's nothing. No neighbors' doors opening. No shadows moving. Just the long, empty hallway, lit by the low, greenish light of the emergency bulbs that run on a separate circuit from everything else. The red exit sign at the far end glows faintly like an eye. I don't know what I expected. Some part of me was braced for the full, direct-on horror movie shot the dead trucker's face inches from the lens, cloudy eyes staring back, teeth overlapping in that bad, familiar way. Maybe that would have been easier something to punch, to scream at, to have confirmed. Instead, the nothingness feels worse. I almost pull back. Then something moves, farther down the hallway, where the fisheye blur makes distance hard to judge. A patch of shadow peels away from the wall and drifts sideways. It isn't walking, exactly. There's no obvious leg motion, no arm swing. It just slides, like someone gliding their reflection along a row of funhouse mirrors. As it comes closer, the distortion of the peephole stretches it, warps it. For a second, I wonder if it's just the shape of a neighbor coming home, their body pulled long and strange by the lens. It stops right in front of my door. The problem is, it stops so close that the peephole can't resolve it. One moment, I can see something featureless and dark approaching, edges smearing out into the beige. The next, there's only a vague darkness pressed up against the lens itself, filling the little circle with black. Something is on the other side of the door, inches away from my eye, too close to see. I can feel my own breath fogging the metal around the peephole. My heart is beating in my throat, each pulse a little blast that seems loud enough to leak through to the hall. The shadow on the other side shifts, not away sideways. There's a sense of weight transferring, a tilt, the impression, somehow, of a head angling to one side, the way he had done it in the tree line, when he listened to the chimes. The peephole shows me nothing but black, but my mind fills in the rest, cloudy eyes turned sideways. one overlapping tooth catching the hallway light. Chest moving wrong under a jacket that still smells like diesel. My hand tightens on the flashlight. For a heartbeat, I consider flipping the deadbolt, yanking the door open, and taking a swing at nothing, just to prove to myself that it's all just nerves and a trick of bad optics, before I can do something that catastrophically stupid. The next sound comes from the wrong place. Cock, 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 behind me. I flinch so hard my forehead hits the door. The metal rings with a dull thud. The sound didn't come from the hallway this time. It came from inside the apartment, from the wall behind the couch, exactly where I had been sitting 10 minutes ago. I turn away from the peephole, breath coming faster. The door at my back feels less like protection now and more like something that has me pinned in a corner. The apartment is still brightly lit. Every lamp I own is on. The couch sits where it always does, facing the blank TV, throw blanket crumpled on one arm. The sliding glass door to the balcony reflects the room back at me, a ghost version of my life floating on the night. The wall behind the couch is just wall, off-white, a little dingy near the baseboard. One framed print of some generic abstract art I bought at a discount store to make the place look less like a temporary crash pad. I stare at that print like it's going to develop a face. Cock, cock, cock. The sound layers over itself now. 3 knocks at the door behind me, solid. Bone on wood, vibrating through my spine. 3 answering clicks from the wall, muffled but insistent. There's a moment where they sync up perfectly, in rhythm, like 2 metronomes falling into lockstep. Cock, 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 door, wall, door, wall. My ears ring. I can't tell where to look. The tiny apartment feels suddenly enormous, as if the corners have stretched away from each other. The fridge compressor kicks on again, but even its hum sounds different, thinner, like it's coming from far away. I realize I'm holding the flashlight exactly like I used to hold a syringe barrel before a push. Fingers white-knuckled, wrist locked, as if I can inject my way out of this. It occurs to me then, in a strangely calm little flash, that I've been fixating on the wrong thing. I have spent months telling myself it was about the man in the woods, the trucker with half a chest, the missing skull, the way his hand felt on my back. But standing here between my door and my couch, listening to identical sounds knocking from opposite sides like they're testing the load-bearing points of my life, it hits me. It was never just that one man. He was a symptom, a flare, a single rotten tooth in a much bigger jaw. What I saw in Vermont wasn't a ghost story about one unlucky trucker. It was a cross-section, a slice through something larger. The road itself, that stretch of asphalt, those mile markers, those trees, all the animal carcasses dumped there, all the crash victims partially recovered, all the pieces that never made it onto a table or into a file. The chimes weren't just decoration, they were inventory. And now, somehow, that whole arrangement, that pattern, had found a way to map itself onto my building. The hallway outside my door is a straight line with numbered doors instead of exits. The wall behind my couch backs up to someone else's living room. The parking lot out back has its own skinny trees and its own little rituals of coming and going. Somehow, that was enough. Enough similarity for whatever lives in that stretch of highway to draw a line between the two. The knocks continue, slower now, like breath, door, wall, ceiling, faintly, somewhere in the vent. They're not asking to come in. They're marking where I am. 7.3. The story you are hearing right now, I am back at the table now. The door is still locked. The peephole still looks like a blind eye in the middle of the metal. The couch is where it always is. The wall behind it is still pretending to be just wall. The knocks have gone quiet for the moment. Like whatever was mapping my floor plan has stepped back to see how it looks. So I'm doing the only thing I actually know how to do anymore. I'm writing. I'm folding what just happened, the email, the photo from the trees, the shadow at the peephole, the answering taps in the wall into the same story you've been listening to this whole time. Because that's where we are now. You and I in the exact same slice of it. You might be hearing this hours from when I hit send, or days, or months. For me, it's right now. The laptop keys under my fingers are warm. My back still aches from tensing at the door. There is a faint ache in my forehead where I hit the metal. For you, this is a voice in your ear. Maybe you're lying on your bed, lights off except for your phone screen, earbuds in, trying to decide if this is the last story before you sleep, or if you'll queue up one more. Your ceiling is probably a different color than mine, but I'd bet the pipes in your building make the same hollow groans when someone flushes 3 floors away. Maybe you're sitting in your car outside a store or an apartment complex. The dashboard light's low. The parking lot washed in that same sodium orange. You've got the seat reclined just enough that it feels like you're hiding, even though anyone walking past could see you. You're listening with one ear while you watch other people's lives move in and out of automatic doors. Maybe you're in your kitchen with the sink full and the faucet running, phone propped against the microwave or the coffee maker. The narrator's voice is bouncing off tile and stainless steel and glass, threading itself through the clink of plates and the swish of sponge on ceramic. Wherever you are, there are surfaces, walls, floors, ceilings, windows, the skin of your car, the countertop under your hands, all the places sound can land and bounce. So let's do this together for a second. Just listen. Hear your own fridge hum, if you have one. Some cheap compressor buried in the back working too hard, rattling against the casing. Hear the water in your pipes, maybe just a whisper behind the drywall, maybe a more obvious knocking if you live somewhere old. Hear the traffic outside. Even if you think your street is quiet, there's almost always something, a car turning over, a motorcycle whining in the distance, a truck brake exhaling a long breath. Now, under that, listen for anything else. Anything that comes in threes. Tap, tap, tap. On the wall behind your headboard. On the floor under your feet. On the roof of your car while you sit at a red light you've waited at 100 times. I used to think what followed me home from Vermont was strictly visual. A figure in the trees, a hand on the seat, a smear on vinyl. Then the sound started showing up in places where nothing else could get through pipes, through vents, through concrete. If you strip out the story, that's all the thing really is: motion and impact. Bone against bone, bone against metal. That road in Vermont is full of both. Think about what's buried along a stretch of highway like that. Not just the obvious deer carcasses pulled into the ditch, roadkill left for scavengers, but the things nobody talks about. Crash sites where not everything was recovered. Shallow burials, old hunting dumps. Bits of skull and vertebrae and long bones slowly working their way up through roots and frost heave. Every time something hits something else out there, bumper against guardrail, truck against deer, bone against rock, it makes a vibration. It doesn't matter if you call it physics or haunting. Vibrations do not care. They move through metal, through wood, through air. They travel along frames, along beams, along wiring, I keep thinking about the way the chimes were wired together in that tree. Not just hung for show, but threaded, looped, connected animal skull through eye socket, raccoon jaw through an old nail, human skull sitting right under them like the end of a sentence. Every time the wind moved one piece, all the others shifted a little. Tiny tremors running through the line. Now widen that out. Picture the guardrails along that stretch of road. All bolted together, the posts sunk into the same compacted soil where those bones lie. The mile markers sunk in the same ground. The semi-trailers that pass over. The cars. My Jeep. Your hypothetical rental. Everything out there is one big wired-together rig. One big set of chimes waiting for the right gust. If something ugly enough happened, they're often enough. Deep enough it makes sense to me that whatever's left isn't just stuck in one skull or one body. It's stuck in the pattern, in the way the metal shakes when a truck blasts by at 70, in the way the trees creak when the wind comes from the right direction, in the way a line of bones knocks together when there is no breeze at all. Maybe that's why it could follow me. It didn't hitch a ride like a guy with his thumb out. It rode the things it already knew how to ride: sound and structure. The frame of my Jeep, the metal in the parking garage, the ductwork in my ceiling, the water hammer in my pipes, the plaster and studs behind my couch. That's what I think about when I hear the 3 taps now. Not a hand politely asking to come in, but a tuning fork lightly touching the edges of my life, mapping out what rings and how. The photo from the parking lot is still open in a minimized window while I type this. Sometimes I flick back to it on purpose, just to see if it has changed. It hasn't. It remains what it is: proof that something was standing in the same trees where the bones hung, looking up at the light from my laptop like it was a beacon. You can tell yourself it was a neighbor, if that makes this easier to listen to. Somebody drunk, somebody bored, somebody playing a stupid prank. I have run all those explanations too. They all leave the same loose ends, the dates that don't line up, the stain that comes back in a sealed garage, the dashcam glitch with the white ovals where eyes should be. I don't have a clean ending for you. That's another thing therapy did not prepare me for: what to do when the story you're in doesn't offer a resolution, only a slow, widening pattern. So here is the closest thing to an ending I can manage. By the time the person on whatever channel you're listening to finishes reading this sentence out loud, I will either still be sitting here at my cheap table, listening to my fridge hum and my pipes complain and my walls tick, or I will be somewhere between these walls, following the sound. Because that's the part that scares me most now. Not that it will finally get inside and drag me somewhere bloody and obvious that's at least a kind of closure. What keeps me awake is the thought that one of these nights, the knocks will line up just right, the bones will ring in the right order, the pattern will open instead of just tapping, and I won't go anywhere at all. I'll just stop being entirely here. I'll be a pressure in the drywall, a dent in a seat, a smudge on the inside of glass, a bad feeling you get at a particular mile marker for no reason you can explain. Just one more piece added to the chime. The screen dimmer kicks in as I type that, the brightness dropping for a second. The laptop goes dark enough that it throws my own reflection back at me, my face, gray with lack of sleep, the chair, the wall behind me, in that reflected room. For a heartbeat. Someone is standing behind my chair. Not fully formed, not Hollywood sharp, just a tall, pale smudge with its hand resting exactly where that stain sits in the Jeep. Fingers spread as if testing the give of the material. I blink hard. The screen brightens. my reflection vanishes, and it is just me and the empty room again. If you've made it this far, you'll do whatever you want with all of this. You'll decide if I'm exhausted, crazy, cursed, or lucky. You'll decide if you ever want to drive through Vermont at night. Just do one thing for me. Pay attention to the sounds in your own space when this ends. To your fridge, to your pipes, to the way your car roof pings as it cools, and to anything that knocks 3 times. On the wall, on the floor, on the glass. Because if, while you were listening, something in your house or your car tapped 3 times, that was not the story. That was just it. Checking if you were paying attention.